right, we are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Today we have a very interesting stream. I'm sure it will be a very boring and academic discussion, or perhaps it might be a bit spicy. Today we're going to be looking at the sex life of Prophet Muhammad. Of course, we all know about his many brags about having sex with many women. However, there are also some conflicting reports in the hadith, and we especially have this very odd report of him being covered in semen, his clothes having semen stains on him about to walk out the door, and Aisha stops him and says, "Hold on, you can't walk outside like that. Let me help you out. Let me scrape that semen off of your clothing." Mary, welcome back. Anything else you want to say as an introduction today?
I think that this is going to be present some new information that people have not heard before and put together things that people have heard in a way that they haven't realized. They haven't gone, oh, wait a second, that's what's going on. So I think that it will be quite enjoyable for everyone.
All right. It's promised that people will enjoy themselves today or else. Welcome to all of the people of the chat. I already saw a number of comments in various different directions on the subject here. Chris says, is this the new Aisha defense? He couldn't have had sex with a 9-year-old girl because, well, he was impotent. Well, we'll see. Genesis 50:20 says, I'd be more inclined to say he had immature, premature ejaculation. I don't know if he's using two synonyms, but I'm going to take this as two different adjectives here. It was both premature and immature in a different sense. Cough Cool says he was a degenerate, no doubt. Carol B. Andrew Martin says he was impotent. I agree. Carol B. says, does this mean he was unable to do the deed or unable to father children? I guess we'll find out, and find out you will. So I do have a fun clip for our introduction here, somewhat related to the subject. It's a news story, and I'll let the clip speak for itself.
In the heart of this Istanbul mosque, a very special treasure on show. The clock said to have belonged to the Muslim prophet Muhammad. It's only exhibited to the public for a few weeks during the holy Muslim fasting month of Ramadan.
I'm very moved. I have the feeling that I'm in Mecca. There's a sense of our prophet here. I come here every year and have the same feeling.
She comes here every year and she senses the prophet. No word on whether that's because his physical presence was still on the cloak or not. Unfortunately, the news report did not have that particular detail in it there, but I'm sure that you'll all be very excited to learn that you can travel to Turkey and see the cloak of Muhammad during Ramadan this year. All right, so I'll bring up Mary's presentation.
Yes, so we are going to deal about with the sex life of Muhammad. We've talked before about several subjects related to this, but I want to kind of bring things together all in one place. Sorry, it was very quiet. I said very quiet, but I don't think that Thaddeus could hear me when it was playing.
Well, I heard you, but it was only a 20-second clip. I didn't really have time to adjust the volume on the fly there.
Oh well. So this is what you often hear about Muhammad and about how wonderful he was in bed because he had the strength of 30 men. He had the sexual strength of 30 men. And that was a gift to him from Allah, that he used to be able to have. Apparently it takes 30 men to have sex with 9 or 11 women at once. I'm not sure how that works, but apparently it does. But Muhammad had intercourse with the strength of 30 men, which does not sound good for anyone.
Indeed, indeed. So I did want to point out that Nabil is in the chat, and he says hello to all the Muslims out there. Welcome to all the Muslims watching this stream. I hope that you are very proud of what you're going to learn about your prophet today, because as we all know, he's the perfect example, the greatest man to ever live, and so on and so forth.
And he is also calling al-Bukhari a liar. And I'm fine with al-Bukhari being a liar and all the people in the Isnad chain, even though he cannot spell liar if someone threatened his life with it. He still cannot spell the word. But yes, all the Islamic sources are lying and stupid. I agree. Muhammad definitely didn't have the sexual strength of 30 men, and that is a lie. So, anyway, Muhammad's sonlessness was extremely important to the foundation of Islam. David Woods talked about it. The Faith of the Fatherless is a really good book about it, about how being an orphan distorts your view of essentially anthropology and theology, and colors everything. And that's very much in play whenever we have the foundation of Islam. It's very clearly coming from a man who was an orphan. It's one of the many reasons I think Muhammad was historical. A lot of the facts about him are historical because they fit with who he is. And something that's very important to Muhammad's identity was that he was called a cut-off one, and because he had no surviving sons that were attributed to him. And that meant that he would have no legacy. He would be the end. He would not be the founder of a tribe. Like the ideal fate for any Arab man was to found a great tribe. And everybody would call you the sons of so-and-so at some point because you were the great founder of this new powerful tribe. But he would have no legacy at all because he had no sons. And this, we will see, colored things even attributed to him. Never mind the daughters, which probably, I will argue, were not actually genetically his. They were at least attributed to him. He didn't even have a single son who was attributed to him. We've covered before how he was likely the object of sexual abuse as a child because in the Arab culture, there is an ancient tradition, pre-Islamic, post-Islamic, 20th century, 21st century, that within the society of young boys, ages like 9 to 15, groups of boys would select one to use as their sexual toy, and older men would use them as their sexual toy. And it was considered the fate of all orphaned boys, just half orphaned. If you don't have a father, if you do not have a father, then you will become this. And it was just assumed, and you were groomed for it and forced into it and made to do it by other men. Muhammad himself accused Abu Sufyan of sexually assaulting him, explicitly accused him of sexually assaulting him in the ahadith, that he was the cousin who used to abuse me. And that particular word is one that usually means a sexual attack. And also, he was in the care of Abu Talib, his uncle, who had very well-known tastes for boys and used to invite Muhammad specifically to get in bed with him naked. What was he getting in bed with him naked for? They didn't need to keep warm that badly. No. So, and he laughed about the fact that Muhammad didn't like doing it. So this is very significant to Muhammad's identity within the tribe, that his manhood was in question from the time he was a young boy, because he was in this liminal space between slavery and freedom as a half orphan, and in this space where his manhood itself was pushed down and repressed and discounted as a boy. because he was the object of other men's affections. He was also taken as a caravan wife on caravan trips. They did not bring pre-fighting age boys except for sexual purposes. That was not something that was done. Um, so it's significant then that the supposed first surah, which what we have now is likely post-Waraqah, and it's a recension. It's Muhammad's like recasting of the message that he supposedly got, right? But I think that he did have a terrifying encounter in the cave. And one piece, the most significant piece, the content of the message was what he was given at that time. And it was appealing to him because it specifically addressed his feelings of sexual inadequacy and whether or not sexual inadequacy was the cause of having only daughters ascribed to him. But even with this caveat, you know, he didn't have any sons, he had daughters ascribed to him, all this stuff, I would go farther and I would argue that it's almost certain that none or almost none of the children who are ascribed to him are biologically actually his. So there's a question, why aren't there children? Well, biologically, there are many conditions that men can have that begin with low fertility and then progress to infertility in men. There are very few conditions that begin with high initial fertility followed by pretty much complete infertility at a relatively young age, other than suddenly contracting erectile dysfunction. Now, Muhammad did not suffer from this level of erectile dysfunction until quite late in life. He was eventually impotent in that sense. That did happen, and we will talk about when and how and the proof of that. But when he was younger, he was marrying widows. They know how, with children, they know how sex works. They would know if he wasn't doing his manly duties, and he would have avoided marrying widows to get found out, for one thing. So we know absolutely that he did in fact have basic sexual function at that age. But another important point is that whatever caused him to be infertile from the age of 53 and up, and possibly considerably younger, it did not make it impossible for him to be a self-declared prophet from the age of 40, or if you go with what I consider to be more likely, age 36. Whatever he had, he still had the energy to convince people and argue and do all of his obsessive prayers and all of his obsessive washings. If he had a condition that had to reach a severity that would cause him to be completely exhausted and worn down and sickly, that could not have affected him in his 50s when he's moving to Medina and doing all of these things. Could not have happened yet. And so people have suggested Cushing's syndrome and hypopituitary syndrome as possibilities because they can cause infertility later on. You can develop it at any time. However, it doesn't explain when he developed it, because if you were so affected that you were like totally infertile with a whole bunch of women for a really extended time, you would be really worn down and miserable and would not be up to founding a new religion and telling people to kill people all the time and that sort of stuff. So this suggests that he was in fact always infertile. Another suggestion, let's see. I'm going to go back there. Well, look, we'll do this now. We'll talk about Klinefelter syndrome right now.
If you want, I can take a couple of these comments from the audience real quick. Kyle the Dalek says, watch Islam and Logic. That channel debunks all these claims. That's amazing that channel he knows that channel debunks all the claims that he hasn't even heard yet. This is how you see in the Muslims in the comment section. They're like, you've been debunked. We've answered this a million times. I don't know what you said, but we've answered it a million times, right? Kyle, I'm glad you're here. If you have some debunking for what we're saying, please do let us know. You can reference the Islam and Logic channel or whatever you want to reference, but I need specifics. I need you to tell me what you're arguing against and how it's refuted. This is how an actual refutation works. It's not just about saying some words and then calling it a refutation. And by the way, I did get a couple comments that Mary is quieter than Thaddeus. Anyone else having issues? It was me. That was the reason why the video seemed really quiet, even though it actually wasn't. My volume was accidentally all the way up on my microphone where it wasn't supposed to be, so hopefully it's better balanced now. Let me know if we're more even now. I mean, I just did guess, right? I just guessed how much to turn the dial. So hopefully it's better now. Nina says these Muslim trolls are more dedicated to Thaddeus's channel than I am. And we did have a response from Nabil as well. He says, stupid people, how is he fatherless, motherless? It's called being an orphan.
He died before he was an adult. Thus, he was an orphan. That's what fatherlessness means. It means that you are not raised by your father. Motherlessness means you're not raised by your mother. So if you're, I know that we're riding the short bus here because our cousins keep marrying, but come on, guys, come on.
Can you send me all these points you're talking about? Why don't you just listen?
They're right here. I'm putting sources.
They're on the screen. They're on the screen. Listen, he said he's going to bring a scholar to debate us, or said he's going to bring someone to debate him. I said, absolutely. Tell them. Bring them here. Let's hear. Or they got to actually, know what we're talking about, though. So you better get them here while we're talking, and then we'll open it up, and he can refute us. He can dispute with us. He can show us how wrong we are, and how the character of Muhammad is such a perfect example of human sexuality, or whatever you want to argue.
So another thing that can cause primary infertility is Klinefelter syndrome. That's where you're actually genetically XXY. They're men they're men because they have a functional Y. If you have a functional Y chromosome, you are male. But because they have an extra X, it leads to enough hormonal imbalance that they have sexual dysfunction in terms of at least not having enough sex hormones to produce sperm that works. Like at that time that they still can have intercourse fine, but sometimes they don't find out that they're XXY until they try to have kids and they can't have kids, so they get checked out, and so they go, oh well, turns out that because of this genetic anomaly, this it's a birth defect, that you are going to be able to have kids. But one of the big things that is because you have delayed puberty, you have tall stature, so you're very tall. Muhammad was not tall. They absolutely would have said, if Muhammad were tall and impressive, they would have said it. Now, there is a hadith that sometimes people misread and thinks is about him, where a non-Muslim is insulting a Muslim, calling him a Muhammadan, and saying that Muhammadan is a fat dwarf. And there's insulting a follower of Muhammad, saying that he's a fat dwarf, not Muhammad himself. But Muhammad was not tall. No one ever says he's tall. He wasn't tall. He also did not have a thin beard. They would have described his thin beard and had no problem with it and gone, oh, thin beards are the best if it had a thin beard. But he did not have a thin beard, so those things would have been mentioned, one positively and one kind of neutral. So let's go back to why it is that I believe that he had that he did not father any of his children, and how this plays out in the sources. So Muhammad's closest uncle was Abu Talib. He was a full uncle, and Muhammad grew up in Abu Talib's family. He was very close from the age of 8 onward, not super young. 8 onward. So he wasn't like a milk brother to any of these folks, but from the age of 8 onward, so he was very close to them. He went first to Abu Talib and asked to marry his oldest daughter, Fahita, who was Hani, who will later be her name because she married someone else and has a son named Hani, right? Hani uh, was not allowed to marry him. He was rejected because he wasn't noble enough and married someone else. But Muhammad did not carry like a huge resentment to Abu Talib and go, oh, I will never marry my children to you because of this, blah, blah, blah. Because obviously he married Ali to him eventually. And he also took in Ali later on into his own family when Ali was about 5, so right before Fatima was born. And so all of this happened quite early on. Um, but he later, of course, he married Khadijah. Khadijah had 4 daughters who were attributed to Muhammad. But I believe that Khadijah was, in fact, uh, doing ancient Arab practice for paternal surrogacy, essentially, where she was sleeping with another man in addition to Muhammad so that he would have a chance to have children because they weren't conceiving initially. And she obviously wasn't the problem because she already had at least 3 kids, possibly as many as 5 children that she had had, who had 3 of whom grew to adulthood, 2 of whom, 1 or 2 of whom died in childhood. So obviously she could have kids just fine. She had kids with 2 different men, just fine. And Muhammad appears to be the problem here. So a practice that they had was where another man would go into a certain man's wife and get his wife pregnant for him. And I believe that this was a surrogate paternity, and that for this, you would choose that closest relative to you to be your stand-in. And I believe that he chose Abu Talib to be his stand-in. And for that reason, because technically the paternity was ascribed to Muhammad from the girls' births, but technically could have been either one, that precluded there being a marriage between any of the daughters and any of the children of Abu Talib, even though they would have been the first choice in that culture. So his son Ali could have married Fatima or Kulthum, Jafar, and remember he was living in Muhammad's house by 504, and Fatima was born about 504, 604. Fatima was born in 605. Um, Jafar could have married Kulthum or Ruqayya or Zainab. They're all the right age. So like 3 of them, given when Jafar actually did marry, these girls would have been available for marriage at this time. And he married after he converted to Islam. That's why I gave his birth as that, as probably being that young, because he converted to Islam, was a technical adult when he did so, and sometime later, probably in his late teens, around 20, married another Muslim woman who was also a follower of Muhammad. And so married her because she was Muslim. And so that kind of narrows down how old he probably was. Aqil could have been another one. Could have married Zainab, the oldest. Talib could have also have married Zainab. They would have been like the right ages at the right times, and it would have lined up for either one of them. Now, it is true that Muhammad, he was coerced by Khadijah into marrying Zainab to her sister's son. So her sister Hala had a son who actually already had a son, but did not have a wife at that time. Zainab wasn't a second wife. I don't know what happened to the first wife. I don't think anyone knows who she was. But anyway, remember that I told you guys before that the marriage with Khadijah is probably a Bina marriage, which means that it was a matrilocal marriage. Muhammad was living in Khadijah's house, not in his own house. He was not providing a house to Khadijah the way he is required to in a mahr marriage, in what is now a normal Islamic marriage. And instead, she essentially had a lot of autonomy. And so she had the authority to say that our oldest daughter is going to marry this person, even though Muhammad did not want her particularly marrying someone in her, within her circle, her family, and wanted him to marry someone within his family. Because remember, they practice endogamy, which is intermarriage, inside marriage, kind of semi-incestuous marriage, was a big value of this Arab society, as it is still in Islam, which is why all the first cousins marry, and why we get silly people in the chat like there is right now who are not understanding what I'm saying and are making silly comments anyway. It comes from many generations of marrying your cousin. Don't do this, boys and girls. But
well, then having your volume off while you're listening.
Yeah. Well, he's actually trying to react to things that I'm saying, but he's not following it. So
I will talk to the fat man only. Are you sure? You sure he's trying to respond? I mean, these are the kind of comments that he's leaving. He's going to talk well to the fat man, which I guess is me. I don't know.
It could be Muhammad.
I've never been called a fat man, but maybe he's talking about me. Who knows? All right, let me take a couple of these comments before.
Oh wait, I want to finish up this page.
Yep, sorry.
So Zainab's off the table because of the type of marriage that they had. Khadijah had extra authority, and she was the one who decided who her oldest child married. But Ruqayya and Kulthum, those two middle daughters, were not betrothed to Abu Talib's children, which would normally be his first pick, but instead were betrothed to Abu Lahab's sons. Abu Lahab did like Muhammad a lot, had wanted to be the person to be his guardian rather than Abu Talib, but he was only a half brother to Muhammad's father. He wasn't a full brother, and was probably a little bit younger, and so didn't have the same level of authority. And but even though they were close, number one absolutely would have been Abu Talib if that was a reasonable opportunity at that time. It does not appear that that was a reasonable opportunity. After Abu Talib died and Khadijah died, the two people who had any knowledge of this arrangement, because these surrogate paternity arrangements would have been private, they were dead. And so there was no one to say that it's wrong for them to marry, because that might not be your biological child. It might be somebody else's child. And you can't have half siblings marry each other. And so because Muhammad really, really wanted to fool himself, he really wanted to believe that he had these kids. He arranged for the half brother and half sister to marry one another, and that is what happened. And that is Ali and Fatima ended up marrying. All right, now we can go to the next one.
All right, yeah, let's take a couple of these real quick here. Nabil says, it's fun. I'm having fun. Thank you both. I'm so pleased to hear that. But as Una says, don't want to discourage you, but I'm married. Mary's married. I don't know what your sexual preference is. It might be both. You might swing both ways like your prophet did. So I don't want to discriminate. But either way, whichever one of us you're trying to flirt with, we are both taken. So it is futile, I'm sorry to inform you. Super chat from Jack Ray.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more every single day. Two angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
Good news, Jack Ray. Your wealth is about to increase. Thank you very much for that. Snoopy says that according to Dave, which I assume is David Wood, studies show that people affected with such limp parts have been porn viewers or self-abusers. And that is certainly a possibility, excessive.
Except that he did not have limp parts until he was quite old. So he
Yeah.
was having intercourse, he just wasn't having kids. Because remember, he's marrying all of these widows who would darn well know if he wasn't having intercourse and would say something about it because, sorry, women talk. Um, women talk. In every society, women talk about things that men will not talk about.
I was going to say that that is a possibility, right? Excessive pornography can lead to impotence, but it's certainly not the only cause of it. So I wouldn't judge someone. Konosendio al-Islam said she said Abu Thali, but I think she meant Talib. Was he the father of Ali? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, Abu Talib was in fact the father of Ali. He's the known father. So these are the 4 children of Abu Talib: Ali, Jafar, Aqil, and Talib. And Abu Talib obviously is the father of Talib, his oldest son, and was the father of these 4 with his wife.
Gotcha.
I've condensed the ages that they were supposedly were, because once again we have a woman with miraculous reproductive powers who is capable of having children.
Time traveling uteruses.
Yeah, because even if you're going from Hani, she was probably the daughter by a different mother to start with, because we've got oh no, it's just 20 years. So 20 years is fine. So about 20 years of having kids is reasonable in this era. While, theoretically, someone could get married at 15 and have their last kid at 42, and that wouldn't necessarily be exceptional. It would be exceptional in this era. You don't have great nutrition. You typically have about 20 years, even if you're, starting to pop out your kids in your first kids in your late teens at 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. If you start having kids then, you're usually kind of worn out and not able to have more kids by your mid 30s. Having a kid after 35, if you have been having kids from the time you were a teenager, in these societies where you don't have great nutrition, was pretty unusual. So I think they initially had it spread out so much that they had like Talib considerably younger than Hani, and had Hani younger too. So, but 20 years is about a reasonable reproductive life. If you see more than that, start getting suspicious. If you see 30, be really suspicious, because that would be very unusual at this time.
A couple more on-topic comments before we move on. Zain says that this all shows that the Prophet of Allah was a product of his upbringing, not a product of Allah's will. Allah's will being directed by Muhammad's upbringing, etc. And indeed, among other things, that is definitely what it shows. We also have, Rachel says, for as many relations as he was having, you'd think he'd have a ton of children. And even if we take the sources seriously, he really doesn't have that many children, right? What is it, like 3 male sons who die in infancy, and like 4-ish girls?
It could be maximum. You have a minimum of 3 sons who died in infancy too, and you have maybe a 4th, and then you have only the 4 daughters are recorded. Of course, there could be other daughters who died at birth or in very early childhood with Khadijah who were recorded. But other than Khadijah, who was older at least, she was probably 28 when they married, he didn't have any kids even attributed to him, except for one child attributed to him. And I will show how ridiculous it is that this one was attributed to him. But,
and then one other comment that was on topic here from Houston: it's not an accident that Sharia specifically permits prepubescent boys to wear silk. a
that is
material
significant.
normally associated with women.
Right, because women are allowed and men are not.
And then finally, also from Houston for Nabil, but do you have an ETA when your scholar will be here to watch the presentation that he will allegedly be refuting? I do tell us. I'm looking forward to this scholar, but obviously to refute, he's going to have to know what we said, which means he needs to come now. So hurry up, get your scholar over here. I really, really want to hear his refutation when we open it up for callers. So please, any other Muslim in the chat as well, call up your imam, call up your friends who are knowledgeable, get all the students of knowledge in here, whatever. Every Muslim is welcome to come and dispute with us and prove us wrong. But they got to be here to listen, or they won't even know what they're going to dispute. So get them over here now. All right, back to you.
All right, so there's also someone might argue, as someone did in the chat, well, maybe Abu Lahab's sons were wealthier, and Abu Talib became bankrupt when Ali moved in with him in 604. Abu Talib had become bankrupt. Abu Talib was the leader of Banu Hashim, which was Abd al-Muttalib's tribe, and he was a lead. And as the leader, he had the special privilege and responsibility of providing food and water, and he had to provide water because it had to be like hauled sometimes from some distance when people came, because the wells were apparently fairly unreliable because it's Mecca and there wasn't great water there. They had to provide water and food to the pilgrims. And so he received payment from the pilgrims, but the payment seems to be fairly fixed or even dependent on their incomes, whereas the requirements were the same no matter what the prices were. Like, he had to provide food, he had to provide the water, regardless of how much food was going for that year. So there was a famine, didn't have the money, ended up bankrupting himself and losing his flocks of sheep that Muhammad supposedly was the shepherd for. And had a very hard time feeding his family, rather than lose face by not providing appropriately for the pilgrims. And various people, I guess, pitched in to some extent to help him. One of the things that happened was that Muhammad adopted Ali, and then Al-Abbas, he adopted Jafar, and they each took in the two youngest children. Now, Aqil was Abu Talib's favorite son, who remained a pagan like his father. And Talib was obviously his heir, and neither one of them went to the other families. But he had become impoverished, particularly for a while. And so the two youngest sons, went to live with the other families and be supported by them. So you'd go, well, why wouldn't he, want his daughters to marry someone richer? Here's the thing. He adopted Zaid ibn Haritha as his heir, which means that he actually just disinherited his daughters, because if he had no sons, then who would inherit all the stuff that's due to sons? So the daughters would. And instead, he disinherited his daughters by adopting an outsider. Now, a practice that was common at that time instead, and was generally preferable, is that you would do an heir adoption through marriage. So you would designate one of your sons-in-law as your official heir. And so he would be your heir and carry on the legacy, at least through your daughter. And that daughter would receive more inheritance that way, and you wouldn't give it to actual outsiders. Now, Muhammad was already fostering Ali. It would be expected for him in that culture to marry Ali to a daughter and to make him his heir, given that he had no heirs. But if they could have been related, then Muhammad could not have done that, and the marriage would have been impossible as long as Abu Talib and Khadijah were both alive, because they would have both known that these kids could be half siblings. So instead, Muhammad adopted the slave who was married. So remember that Zaid, his slave, was married to Barakah, his slave. Barakah already had an older son named Ayman. And Muhammad seems to have believed that Ayman was his biological son because of the various ages of different people. Ayman had to have been born before Muhammad married Khadijah. There really is no other option. Or else we have time traveling uteruses again to an extreme degree.
I'm traveling uteruses.
We also have battling toddlers who are advisors to people, right? And the stories concerning these boys and when they were born are so ridiculous that you know that there's something that they really don't want to acknowledge about these boys. Well, Muhammad seems to have thought that the girl who was the most stable mother figure in his life was in fact someone he was sleeping with, and he believed to be himself to be the father of her oldest child. They both, and she and Zaid had the younger child, Usama, together. And so by adopting Zaid and freeing Barakah, now he has the mother of what he thinks is his child as his daughter-in-law, and the person that he thinks is his child as Zaid's oldest son through adoption. Zaid also adopted Usama at the same time. And so he, rather than doing a marriage that was questionable with Ali, because Fatima might be Ali's half-sister, he instead got the boy that he thinks might be his only surviving male offspring back into the line of inheritance through this adoption of Zaid. Now, of course, the Islamic sources say, oh, Zaid regarded him as a father. Well, according to the Islamic sources, at the most, they were 10 years apart. And there are also reports that they were only 6 years apart. You don't think that someone who's just 10 years older than you, or just 6 years older than you, is your father. Zaid was also 15 years old at the time that he came into contact with Muhammad in any sort of authoritative role. If you get a stepfather at 15, you don't go, a few years later, you don't go, oh, I have always regarded you as my father. You are so dear to me. That doesn't happen because you've done most of your growing. He was a technical adult in that society at the time the marriage took place. Why would he think that he was raised by someone? Again, time travel. This is time travel in the Islamic sources again. So this is once again the diagram of those relationships. So you have Muhammad marrying Khadijah, but having the son with Barakah. He thinks Barakah had a son, and he thinks the son is his, but the son is unrecognized. So apparently, whenever he was brought forth to Hubal and the arrows were thrown, it fell against him. And then we have the slave Zaid, who was originally Khadijah's, was given to Muhammad to make sure it stayed a bina marriage and did not become a mahr marriage, and how the relationships worked with this adoption occurring.
So we have a response here from our Kitsune, a refutation, if you like. Battling toddlers is totally possible because Rebecca was sprinting up the hills with water buckets to give drinks to camels since the wee age of 3, or perhaps even earlier, right? Because she was 3 at that time, but she might have picked it up even earlier if we believe what Muslims claim about the Bible. And I do have sad news for the chat, people of the chat. Nabil says his scholar isn't available today. He didn't mean that he would have him come today, and that he needs arrangements to get that. So I gave him my email. We look forward to that in the near future. Do have a couple actual questions from the audience. Morgie says, how much do you trust the hadith and those isnad chains, Mary?
I believe that this is just, it's oral tradition. And so with oral tradition of this sort, you have a lot of fabulization. You have people filling in the blanks. In this culture, it was totally acceptable to make stuff up to answer a question if you don't know the answer, and to tell fairy stories essentially to back up your like if you're a person in authority, you can make up a story to defend what you believe to be a principle, and that was totally acceptable and totally fine. But there is a core narrative. There were real people who lived, who died, who married, who had children, who did all these things. And they did these things for the reasons that human beings actually do things, not for like weird or mysterious or like obscure reasons. So we sort through some of the stuff is kind of unknowable. I'm sure that I'm putting weight on things that are totally made up at some level. But when you it's kind of like archaeology where you try to scrape off all the crud and see what there is. There'll still be pieces missing, there'll be smashed pots, but then you try to scrape everything off and glue everything together and see how many pots you actually have, whether or not this thing actually belongs in this thing over here. And that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm doing archaeology, but with textual sources. And it's about how these fit together and whether or not they fit in the historical framework and in the narrative and everything else.
So one other on-topic comment, but yes,
there we go.
That's awesome. So you talked about how you're scraping all the crud off. It sounds a little bit like what Aisha was doing whenever she saw Muhammad trying to leave the house. More on that in a minute. Uzachi hasn't been here the last couple weeks, I guess. He says, time traveling uteruses, what on earth is that? So this is a term that Mary coined a couple weeks ago, and we keep coming back to describe first the birth of Muhammad, number of years after his father had died, and then various other figures in Islamic history where they're either said to be born way too late or being born way too earlier. So we came up with the explanation that these women were giving miraculous births that go through time. Snoopy says time traveling scholar is what Nabil has brought. His scholar is not available because he's too busy time traveling to try to make sense of the Islamic sources. And then let me just take a super chat from earlier. This one is from Francis.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
So Allah appreciates your generous loan. It says Impotence Skittles PDF file, Muhammad and his pride. Thank you for that. And I did put the term queer in the title because this is a very broad term. It just describes things that are unusual. And Muhammad's sexuality is definitely unusual. All right, back to you, Mary.
All right. So what was wrong with Muhammad that he was infertile, though not unable to sexually perform, at least at the beginning? What was wrong with him? So, I believe that Hypospadias was the main contributing factor. And what Hypospadias is, it's a birth disorder where the urethral opening is farther up the shaft than it should be. It's supposed to be on the end. It's a fairly common condition where it's farther up, and the more severe the condition is, the less likely you are to hit the mark, and so the harder it is for you to achieve a pregnancy, because the package is not being delivered to the location where it is in fact supposed to go. And this is the least graphic that I could find for it. But basically, I believe that semen was coming out of, and urine both were coming out of a place that was not the normal place for men, but much farther up. And this also explains Muhammad's semen stains. So
and Tess
these,
called this at the start. I just wanted to point that out. She put this in the chat some time ago. So good job. You guessed where Mary was going to go.
yes, I believe that this is true because these are not on his underclothes, because Aisha, you just to look at him and notice, oh, look, I missed some of his semen stains while he's praying in the mosque. I can see these extra stains on his clothing. And so this indicates that this isn't just like he uses the izar as the underclothes. He isn't just using his izar to clean up after intercourse, but is instead, he is getting it generally in places where it is not as contained as an ejaculation normally is. Trying not to draw too much of a picture here. Now, it's also quite unlikely that he's self-pleasured, and that is because, remember when he sees the hot woman, what does he do? He runs home and jumps on his wife. But also, if he was expending any of his sexual energy on anything other than his wives, it would prevent his appearance of virility that he so very badly wanted to maintain. So anytime he wanted to have intercourse, he would have absolutely had it with wives rather than just off on his own, because he did want to get, but he wanted to get anybody pregnant, any of these wives pregnant that he could. He would have loved to have gotten them pregnant. If he could have had 100 kids, he would have been thrilled to have 100 kids. Okay. So he wasn't trying to avoid pregnancy. And he also wanted the appearance of sexual prowess, which you do not achieve if you are handling a hand wash, shall we say, rather than doing the laundry in the machine. So
that description, man.
So anyway, and there are several different descriptions of the semen that he used to have on his clothing. And if it was dried, she used to scrape it off, particularly with her fingernail. If it was wet, then she would dampen it with cloth or dampen it with water. And then he would go off to the prayer while the water spots were still visible. And even though she would wash it off, she would also notice one or more semen spots still on his clothing. So this is a fairly big thing. Awesome, Tessa. Yeah, I've been thinking this for a while, also because of the reason I'm sure you're thinking, the urine thing, which we will go to in a second. So Muhammad thought it was necessary for men to squat to pee to avoid getting urine on themselves or on their clothes. Now, it's trivial for men with regular anatomy to avoid getting urine on themselves if they pee standing. There are tricks that I know to remove the last drop that sometimes occurs, but squatting is absolutely not necessary, and I do not think even particularly helps with the last drop issue. And if you need instructions on that, I am not giving those here. So, but Muhammad, when he decided on this torment of the grave because of urine thing, he from then on only squatted to pee, and he thought it was very important to do this. And now all Muslim men are supposed to squat to pee to follow his example, because he believed that that is how you avoided getting urine on yourself. Otherwise, that was not very feasible to him.
And I just want to point out that a number of people did make the same connection with Muhammad squatting to pee. I put a couple of them up on the screen. So you guys are right on target, right?
Yeah.
You guys are on top of your game today. Let me just take a couple of these other descriptions of what we're looking at here. Snoopy says the package was all over the clothing. Cheeky says the guns are loaded, but the shooter is blind. Andrew says, scrape it off, Aisha. Jim. Jack says she spotted the spots. And Marco says, Aisha lesh scrape. All right. And finally,
So,
Hutchie, man, the great example of a man is truly vile. I can't disagree.
yes, and our Kitsune didn't realize that Muslim men are not supposed to be standing. Yeah, they're not supposed to.
Yeah, not. I mean, I think that probably most Muslim men don't follow that, but if you're strictly adhering to Muhammad's commands, absolutely.
Yep. Yep.
And Una says, does this explain why Muhammad wiped his semen on the walls? I'm not actually sure what she's referring to there.
Yeah, he'd even wipe it on the walls of his house. He would dry his hands on the walls as well. Yes, it means having the blowhole in the wrong spot, as Markaloo says. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. I'm trying very hard not to get this demonetized, guys. Very hard.
Oh, I think this one's demonetized. Don't worry about it.
I think we're doomed. All right. So the Jews trip Muhammad again because they repeatedly trip Muhammad. But here is another issue. Here is the issue surrounding it, right? So Aisha said, a Jewish woman entered unto me and said, the torment of the grave is because of urine. I said, you are lying, because Aisha has sense. She said, no, it is true. We cut our skin and clothes because of it. Basically, if you get a little bit of pee on you, you have to cut off that part of clothing. Or if you get urine on your skin, you have to chop off that part of your body to keep from being tormented in the grave for having gotten urine on yourself. Now, I do want to point out, boys and girls, that all babies pee all over themselves all the time. And Muhammad was fairly chill with babies peeing all over everyone because they didn't use diapers, really. They wrapped up the babies, but not with all that much. And so whenever the baby peed, you'd often get pee on yourself. And if you had a baby boy, all you had to do is sprinkle with a little bit of water and you were fine. If you have a baby girl, then you're supposed to wash it because, women and being filthy and unclean and things. But for some reason, this does not apply to infants or small children at any time. So, but apparently older people, if you have urine and you get it on yourself, it's so severe that it would be good to cut off that portion of your clothing or even your skin, because this Jewish woman went and told Aisha something that's completely stupid. The messenger of Allah went out to pray and our voices became loud. So basically they were arguing they were arguing with her. Aisha and whoever else was with her were arguing with this Jewish woman, telling them, no, it's true. And Aisha told Muhammad what he said, and he said, she spoke the truth. Now, remember, there are two things have to be true for this to be true. One, the first thing is that there is torment in the grave if you get pee on yourself. The second thing that has to be true, so that's Allah. According to Allah, it has to be true. The second thing that has to be true is that Jews have to believe this and practice this. Jews do not believe this. Jews do not practice this. This was a lie. So either this Jewish woman was a secret prophet who learned something from Allah, or just incredibly lucky and knew something of Allah that's a total lie, and that she thought was a lie but was really from Allah, or else Muhammad got tricked again, and now all Muslims are peeing while sitting because he got tricked for centuries because of her prank. And good for her, it's a pretty good prank. And then after that day, he never offered any prayer, but he said the following prayer. This bothered him so much that from then on, he said this prayer: Lord of Jibril, Michael, and Israfil, grant me refuge from the heat of the fire and the torment of the grave. So this introduced the theology of the torment of the grave, because this is when the prayer is introduced. There was no theology of the torment of the grave before this P revelation, and was so significant that Muhammad was obsessed with it. Now, one of the funny things is that the word for grave in Hebrew is a metaphorical word. It's Sheol, right? That is a grave. And it's metaphorical word for condition of death, particularly of one in which you have not been resurrected and maybe in torment, right? But it's not your literal physical grave. Now, in Islam, what Muslims have to believe is that the people inside of their literal graves are actually being tormented right there, which is why you're supposed to pray things like, "Oh Allah, make his grave very wide," because Muhammad didn't understand that this was not a literal reference to the literal piece of ground in which you're buried, but rather to a spiritual realm in which you are essentially awaiting judgment, right? Now, the theology of there being a kind of purgatory was introduced into Judaism probably in the 1st century AD. And interestingly, it predates Christian purgatory. And it may have even been a reaction to Christianity, where Christians said, we have payment for our sins through Christ. And he's the only one who can pay for our sins. So they may have gone, oh, well, we'll pay for our own sins in the grave, and then we'll be purified of them, and we'll be fine. So it's possible that the idea of purgatory, which shows up quite a bit later in Christian theology, may have been actually derived from this Jewish theology, which may have been a response to Christians in the first place. Now, this is a link to an entire lecture on rabbinic ideas of purgatory, and I'll just read through the lecture notes because it is significant here, because this Jewish innovation became established in Islam. So, Gehenom is often thought of, or Gehenna, sorry, I don't know how to say it in
Hebrew.
Gehenna is often thought of as the Jewish version of hell. An examination of the places it appears in the Talmud prevents something more nuanced. Part purgatory, part hell, part passageway. Gehenna becomes a place for punishment and redemption. Through a close reading of the text concerning Gehenna, we will gain a clear understanding of what exactly its purpose might be and what it might tell us about rabbinic views of what happens after we die. Her lecture notes are, this is a professor's lecture notes. While there are very negative associations with a particular location, from which this is named, Gehenna was named after a real place. And no, guys, there was not a fire there in the trash pit. That seems to be something that was made up in like the late 19th century. So don't repeat that, please. But anyway, it's a bad place. It's not clear why the rabbis chose this location as purgatory or hell, especially given its proximity to the temple. Also interesting is that they link it to an actual place in the world. They also seem to like it being tangible. Good and bad choices are both in front of us all the time. They're up and down, but also close to either. But they get farther apart as you make your choices. There's reward and punishment theology. Do good, go to Eden. Do bad, go to Gehenna. But it's not a permanent place. Deeds or deeds done by living relatives can get you out, but otherwise you could stay there forever. Basically, hell and purgatory are collapsed in one place, unlike two different options, along with heaven in Christianity. Note that they are not responding to Christian theology. I would argue against that. This is just to compare or contrast. And to the rabbis, the worst thing is to cease to exist, not going to Gehenna. And Hillel versus Shammai had two different views. Shammai believed that it was a way station, way spelled wrong, not my fault that time. It should be W-A-Y, a way station. According to Shammai, so he believed in the purgatory, and Hillel believed it to be a permanent destination. Remember, Hillel is the one who is more influential today and is the main view that you hear. So you don't really hear that many Jews having this view that was common in the Talmud anymore, because it's kind of been eclipsed by Hillel. Does everyone average go there before they meet their fate, or only some? Shammai would say everyone average would go there, and Hillel would say only some, where it's permanent. Gehenna becomes a way of understanding what the rabbis find most threatening to societal or communal cohesion. So, interesting lecture.
So let me take a couple comments here from the audience. Not this, I was just putting that up for reference. Andrew mentioned that the Quran talks about hellfire. So a couple on-topic comments here. Well, this one's sort of on topic. Crockaloo says, I bet it was those elusive Ezra worshipping Jews who practiced or believed in torment in the grave. And Nabib says to Una, who gave the source for the Muhammad wiping his semen covered hands on the wall, says, don't lie, there's nothing like that in Bukhari 260. I'm reading it in Arabic. You lied. So thank you, Nabil, for giving me the chance to educate the audience about this amazing hadith, this beautiful description of your prophet here in Sahih Bukhari 260. The prophet took the bath of Janaba, and the translator adds, in case you don't know what that means, which I guess he doesn't, because he's telling us this isn't about sexual things at all, sexual relation or wet dream. So he's purifying himself because of either having sex with his wives or because he got semen on himself in a wet dream. One or the other, right? He first cleansed his private parts with his hand. What are his private parts? And just think about that one, Nabil. And then rubbed it, the hand, the translator adds, on the wall. The translator wants you to think that means earth, and washed it. So he had some sort of sexual activity. He's dirty on his private parts as a result. He uses his hand to clean the dirt off his private part and then wipes it on the wall. Exactly what Una said. And here you are telling us that she lied. Thank you. Thank you for that opportunity to get the hadith up there so everyone can see these lies of Una.
And remember that whenever Aisha lost yet another piece of her jewelry and held up the train, I forget whether or not it was the final, his final pilgrimage or the first Umrah. She was holding up the train, and then her father beat her as she sat there with Muhammad's head in her lap, because that's what you do with your married daughter. You just beat her up. And then Muhammad, rather than saying that he did anything wrong, said that later said that it was good that she had held them up because they had no water for their ablutions, for their prayer, and thus Allah revealed the fact that you can use dust and dirt to perform your cleaning if you do not have access to water. And so here, apparently, he didn't have water convenient, and so he was using dirt, the earth, to clean himself instead of water by putting it on his hand and then wiping it on the mud wall, because he had a mud wall. There you go.
So that answers the question of Morkay there about the type of house that Aisha or other Muslims lived in. And our Kitsune, I think, is correct here. If Nadir was in the chat, he'd be all over these amazing hygienic wonders of Muhammad, of the amazing scientific foreknowledge of Muhammad, and how he knew that dirt would cleanse the semen on his hands. Oh, man. And the sad thing is, it's not really a joke. I mean, Nadir, if he was here, he probably would say something like that, as stupid as it sounds.
Yeah, he would explain all of that. Yeah. Oh, and I like that the Qadiani guy, the follower of
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sunni Quran not authentic.
Yeah, no, the one that the Sunni version of Muta is Misyar. Yes, indeed it is. They pretend it's different. It's really not. It's Muta marriage. It just doesn't have necessarily have an end point. It's not supposed to have an end point. It's supposed to be open-ended, whereas Muta is supposed to have a definite end point. All right. There also may be in this particular, so we've established that the idea that you have torment of Sheol, in the grave, a metaphorical grave, not literally in the hole in the ground where you're buried, was an existing rabbinical belief. However, the bit about having to cut off pieces of your clothing and burn them, or maybe even cut your skin and burn them, may have been a satirical reference to Christianity, because by the 500s, this was not true. In early Christianity, people would take a blessed host and the blessed wine and would take it home with them to have later, even sometimes, depending on what was going on. This was true in early Christianity. This was recognized and described by the fathers. That was especially common practice among people who lived in the hermits who lived in, well, not true hermits all by themselves, but kind of these communal hermits who Cenobitic monks who would like live in their little cells and come together once a week, where they'd bless a whole bunch and they'd take it all back. They wouldn't worry about whether or not a mouse got it. Oh no, a mouse, they did not care. That was not the point. That was not the focus. There was not this belief in like that you have to protect the Eucharist. But by the 500s AD, there was this growing belief in the needing to protect the Eucharistic elements, and also that they should be treated like these like sacred objects. And so if you spill some on your clothing, you're supposed to cut out that part of your clothing and give it to the priest to be burnt. And so I kind of wonder whether or not she was just making up something while kind of taking a little bit of jab at Christianity to fool Muhammad into something that sounds kind of plausible, perhaps, to someone who's really gullible. So this may be an inspiration for her creativity in that. So why the urine and why squat like a woman? Now, perhaps the Jews knew or suspected Muhammad peed messily to start with. They may have already known. And note that Muhammad needed to take special steps to avoid getting urine on himself. That surprised other people. That's significant. Other people were surprised that he did this. Muhammad came out to us holding a small shield in his hand. He put it down. Then he sat down and urinated towards it. Some of the people said, "Look at him. He urinates like a woman." The prophet heard him and said, "Woe to you, do you not know what happened to one of the children of Israel? If urine touched any part of their clothes, he would cut it out with scissors." He told them not to do that, so he was tormented in the grave. So some guy told other people not to do that, and that guy was tormented in his grave. And then some of the chains are da'if, other ones are not. There are multiple chains of revelation for this particular hadith, which, if they don't necessarily go back all to the same person, I'm not sure whether or not they do, would be more influential, even though the chains are not terribly reliable. So there is also a secondary factor that may have been involved, his epilepsy. Muhammad's visions are well known, are well mapped to epileptic seizures. Many people have mentioned that the clanging of the bells and his shaking and heavy breathing and the weird noises that he was making are congruent with certain types of seizures. Note that this would have been part of the reasons that he would be considered to have been visited by a jinn by most people. Most people would have considered that to be evidence of jinn possession. Now, men with epilepsy have altered sex hormone levels that affect fertility. Modern drugs, on the other hand, mostly depress sperm count, but it seems like untreated men with epilepsy often have altered sex hormones because I guess the brain disruptions kind of screw up the messages that your endocrine system is sending. This may also account for some Muhammad's slightly Cushing syndrome-like physical features, his moon face and his solid body they may have been describing kind of a fatty hump that he may have had. So it may have been that the issue may have been this Cushing syndrome rather than, may have been due to his epilepsy rather than actually being Cushing syndrome. Because if it had Cushing syndrome that's so strong that he was totally infernal because of true Cushing syndrome, he would not have had the energy to be a prophet. He just would have been fairly heavily disabled in that time and place. So, next. Oh,
All
goodness.
right, let me take a couple of these here. Crockaloo said, if it's a Eucharist reference that goes together with the hadith where a woman accidentally drank Muhammad's, didn't say, but urine, and was blessed for it, maybe.
Yeah, well, the yeah, Muhammad claimed that all of his fluids were special and blessed, and that does seem to kind of go together, which is funny because he's terrified of getting his own urine on himself because of the torment of the grave. And yet he tells someone that now you're blessed because you accidentally ate my or drank my pee that I'd shoved under the bed in my chamber pot.
Indeed, a bit of a contradiction there.
And
So
Kitsune,
you,
yes, the famous cross-dressing hadith, there are versions of it that are very, very clear that they are cross-dressing. They're not just lying under, like using clothing as blankets, which I had actually suspected at first that he kind of particularly liked sleeping under Aisha's garment, but it does appear that he like wrapped himself up in them in the other and some versions of the hadith.
you, RB says Mo used to live hands to wall instead of hands to mouth. That is so bad. Which is why I have to read it because I love really stupid things. Oh man. And this is what you're referring to with the
Yep.
cross-dressing hadith, but it's not a hadith, right? There are multiple that put it in different ways. Now, I think that Muhammad
One of
was
the most significant ones I think was Umar was going to come in and he got out of the clothing of Aisha before he let Umar come in. They asked, "Why did you do that?" And they're like, "Oh, well, Umar is particularly like bothered by this. Like it's for Umar's benefit." So this is something unusual that most men did not do. So it wasn't just that he was sleeping underneath a blanket. It was something that would have offended someone's sensibilities.
indeed. And I was just going to say that I think that he is also wrapping himself in a blanket in other hadith that are unrelated to Aisha. And so I think that there is definitely that possibility as well, because this is a part of practicing Merkabah mysticism is to wrap yourself in a blanket, which supposedly protects you from spiritual forces as you try to ascend into the throne room. So I think both are possible for those descriptions, and different ones might be different things. Krucklu also asked, I wonder how he sat down with the shield. Did it cover his legs as he peed over it? I would assume he just put it off to the side.
Or used it to shield himself somewhat because he might have been seeing it a little bit. Yeah, might have been.
And then let's take the super chat as well from Marcos.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward and reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
So he said, maybe Muhammad is a great, great, great grandfather to the Whitakers from West Virginia. For those who don't understand the reference, this particular family, probably not technically true, but has been given the title the most inbred family in the world. So there you go. Thank you for that donation, Marcus. Much appreciated.
All right, so back to the Quran itself. We know that Muhammad had no sons officially attributed to him when he adopted Zaid. So he suspected or believed that Amen was his son, very likely, but he had no attributed sons when he adopted Zaid. He did have a son who died after the advent of Islam. And my proposal is that Khadijah had a geriatric pregnancy at the age of 43 in 610. That would have been really unusual. She hadn't had a kid in 5 years. So she had a kid at 38. She hasn't been pregnant 5 years. Suddenly she's pregnant. Lots of things can go wrong with a 43-year-old having a pregnancy today, much less, way back then. So he's in this state of extreme anxiety and extreme pressure because he doesn't know what the child's going to be, whether or not the child will survive, whether or not it has to do with him, that he hasn't got sons, whether or not his kids are even his necessarily. Obviously, one of the reasons that he might actually think that those kids are his is because lots of girls, whereas Abu Talib with his wife had more sons than daughters, perhaps. There may be up to 3 daughters in that family, I believe, but there were 4 sons who grew to adulthood. So, he's clearly having sons with his wife. So maybe those daughters really are his, but then why is he having daughters? Why isn't he having sons? Is it because of sexual inadequacy still? Even whenever he does have children, they're daughters because he's sexually inadequate. What's going on here? So what's really significant is in the supposed encounter, he was reassured that the sex of the children who are attributed to him were not female because he was bad in bed or just bad at intercourse and he wasn't a true man. And so whatever the outcome, whether or not she had a son or a daughter, whatever, he was not at fault for not having a son. Now, I believe that the detailed surah came later with other pieces shoved in on at later dates, even in the first 7 verses. I don't think that those were original. I don't think he came out of the cave saying them. Obviously not. He came out of the cave going, I've been attacked by a demon. But I believe that the content of that, like one line, at least pieces of it, did come whenever his sleep paralysis demon visited him in the cave, where you go to contact infernal underworldly sources because that's what you do in caves. So, how does this say that it's okay? I am your Lord, I am God, and you're not bad at sex, but rather I choose who is born and who isn't, whether or not they're male or female. So I did an entire long stream on embryology in the Quran and things like this. This is a very small portion from it. I do recommend that entire stream. It's got lots of information. But really, there were 2 competing main theories. The Aristotelian theory and the Galenic theory. And the Talmud, remember the neighbors near Muhammad, they lean toward the Aristotelian theory. The Galenic theory was newer, but was not as popular. And in the Aristotelian theory, male and female occurs depending on whether or not, what kind of ejaculation they have, basically. So, female arises from a developmental error due to lack of semen or premature ejaculation. So if you just do not have enough semen to make a male, because in Aristotle's view, you have like a bigger ejaculation if you do it later. And so if you do it earlier, then your semen level doesn't like rise up enough to be able to make a boy. And so you end up with a girl because it's like you had a fizzle at the start and you don't get the boy quality from that. Now, in the Talmud, it actually says that males occur when mothers emit their seed first and females when fathers emit their seed first. So this is very closely related to that. It's kind of dependent on it. And in this Talmudic reference here, Nida 28a, one of the rabbis is saying, I could have only sons if I wished, because like I'm so good in bed, kind of thing. But I don't, because I choose not to, basically. And so this is basically saying that if you don't get enough male semen into a woman, she ends up with a girl because her semen overpowers the male semen. In the Galenic theory, instead, both male and female, there are two seeds. Both principles exist in the seeds of both of them. And the state or quality of the semen upon ejaculation, and also the state of the womb. What's the womb like at that time? So it can be the woman at that moment, accounts for male and female. And the most important bit is that Galen specifically involves menstrual blood as being the material principle of the child, whereas Aristotle and the Talmud do not believe that blood is part of what makes a baby. So, in Surah 96, it begins, proclaim, and then, or cry out in the name of your Lord who created. He created man from a clot. So this is saying that this blood clot theory that doesn't have to do with whether or not you ejaculate badly, but is a lot more complicated. That's not really dependent on what the man's semen level was, or semen quality even was, that's what's true. So when you have kids, it's because Allah creates, or at this time it's Al-Rab. He's not called Allah at this point. Al-Rab is creating babies from blood clots. So Allah's responsible, and he's using the menstrual blood and is involved in the blood clot process. And it has nothing to do with you, Muhammad. You are super virile. You're powerful in bed. Don't worry. You're good at this sex thing, and that's not why you are a cutoff one. It's not because you were used as a recipient for years in your childhood. It's not because you're not a real man, but rather it's because I, Al-Rab, create using blood clots in this Galenic theory. So, yes, right. Muhammad indeed corrected the Talmud any number of times.
So let me take a couple quick comments here. First of all, not on topic, but since I assume that this was at least somewhat genuine from Jabir Ahmed. He says that he had a question. I would give you a couple guesses as to what that question would be, but you'd probably guess, how can God die or something like that. But as far as contradictions in the Bible, this is the #1 most favorite of Muslims, not because it's actually hard to answer. I never get this contradiction from atheists. It's just because a couple Muslim scholars said it once, and now everyone repeats it over and over and over again. So he says, okay, so in Bible, it says a guy who rules Jerusalem. So he couldn't even be bothered to remember the name here, right? Yes. For a year, was 22 years old, but in other verse, it says he ruled when he was 42 years of age. So there's two possible explanations for this. One is that it refers to different rules. They ruled twice. That happens. Kings don't always have continuous rule. The other possibility is that it's a scribal equivalent of a typo. These two numbers look almost identical in Hebrew. And if you look at the Septuagint, the Greek translation, it doesn't have this discrepancy. Not a big deal. Not something that has ever bothered any Christian ever in the history of Christianity. And yet you bring it as your grand proof against Islam, against Christianity. And guess what? If you look at the textual history of the Quran, you're going to find the same kinds of discrepancies between two copies, where one says one thing and another says the other. And that's what you'll find here, that some Hebrew copies of this text say 22, some say 42. Not a big deal. No one cares. It doesn't invalidate our view of Scripture in any way, because we don't believe that every scribe who ever looked at a manuscript perfectly copied every single letter, and that's what we have today. But we do believe that we care enough about the text to actually determine what the original was, unlike Muslims who just throw up a lie. The Quran is perfectly preserved right down to the letter, which it isn't, not even remotely. And you don't care what the actual supposed words of your God are. You care about a stupid polemic, so you don't have a text critical version of the Quran. You just have the 1923 or 1924 Cairo edition that is now the Quran. You didn't have the Quran until 1924, when a couple of scholars, and no one knows exactly how they determined this, decided this is the best text. You look at different manuscripts, you look at different parts of the world, even today, you'll find different Qurans with slight differences, just like this. But if it invalidates Christianity and invalidates Islam, so congratulations. If you're logically consistent, you just became an atheist.
Yep. I mean, it's just so stupid. Like the Quran begins, that is the book in which there is no doubt. What is that? It's the book with Allah. And it specifically says that the true followers of Allah don't make a differentiation between the different prophets and follow all of them. And the difference between Muslims, Muhammad's followers, and other ones is that Muhammad's followers follow all the prophets, whereas previous ones refuse to follow them all. And then they're like, but we don't have to follow the previous ones. I'm like, well, Allah says you do. So Allah was either stupid or lying there, or you're not obeying him. So was Allah stupid? Was Allah lying? Or are you in defiance of Allah? Those are your three choices. Because Allah explicitly says that you guys are following what was revealed before, and many times says that what was revealed before are between the hands of the people right now. So which is it? Is Allah stupid? Is Allah lying? Or are you in defiance of Allah? If you do not give that answer and try to continue this conversation because you're not actually listening to the live stream, then I will put your backside in timeout and you can stay there for the rest of the stream.
And Jabbar, who, you know, read the Bible so closely that he came up with this objection that every Muslim brings up as their number one contradiction in the Bible on his own, just said, I mean, I tried to read the Bible. It's 6,000 pages. How do you expect me to read all that? First of all, it's not 6,000 pages. No. And maybe if you're like, have 60 font or something, I don't know. But guess what? How many pages is Sahih Bukhari? How many pages is Sahih Muslim? How many pages are the other, are part of the authentic collections? And guess what? As a Muslim, you are obligated to follow every single commandment of Muhammad that's judged to be Sahih, not just in the 5 Sahih collections, but in other collections as well. It would take you a year reading continuously to read all of the hadith. And you're responsible for all of that. If you don't follow every command of Muhammad, you're not a true Muslim. And yet, you tell us the Bible's too long for you to read, and you know it so well that you think it's 6,000 pages when it's not remotely close to that length. Such amazing, amazing material. All right, let me take a couple other comments here. Lighten things up. Una says,
not science, to hell with science.
But she attributes it to Muhammad because he had no clue about science either. And Tribal Dad wants to know if Nabil has given his loan to Allah. I would like to know that as well. Have you followed the Quran and given your goodly loan to Allah? And has he repaid you with not haram interest? Because when it comes to Allah, he is allowed to do that. And I also wanted to point out that, just so everyone knows, that Nabil is lessening, which I think he's trying to make lest into a verb. So there you go. he's doing the verb form of lest, as in like, lest not we be busy today or something like that. Heaven forbid it, right? So he is being forbidden from understanding anything that we're saying when he is lesting. All right, Mary, let's get back on subject. You're on mute.
Whoops, sorry about that. I had myself muted. All right, so let's move on now. We've covered a lot of things. Now let's move on to Muhammad's impotence, which relates to the hadith we saw at the very beginning, where he has the strength of 30 men, because apparently it takes approximately 3 men to have sex with 1 woman, give or take. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. So here is the core of the hadith about it. Muhammad used to go around and have sexual relations with all his wives in one night, and he had 9 wives. And some of the other ones explain why the 11 pops up, because he had 2 rape slaves at this time. And so some people got confused, generations removed, and thought they were wives. It's like, no, they weren't wives. They were just rape slaves that he would sometimes have sex with, and they were not actually in this order. And other people even clarify more and say that he wasn't actually having intercourse with Sauda anymore, so it really should just be 8, or he was having double intercourse with Aisha because Sauda gave her night to Aisha, etc., etc. So really there were only 8 women who were in the rotation, although Aisha was in twice. But here's a list and what years they married in. So to get 9 wives simultaneously, there's a wife in there between Hafsa and Salama. It's the first Zainab. But she died, so she's not simultaneous. So to get to 9 wives simultaneously, you are after March 629, when Muhammad married Maymuna, which was his last marriage that actually got consummated before his death. And so at some point after this had to have occurred, because he would not have 9 wives simultaneously at any other time who were in his regular rotation. Now, at this time, he was at least 59, according to him being born in 570. If he's born in 574, like I believe it's far more likely, he was 55 at this time. And so, he's getting near the end of his life. He's already pretty ill, and he's going to be dead in like 3 years, right? So at this point, he is impotent. Well, if he's going around all these wives, why is he impotent? How could you say this, right? Let's find out how we can say this. So here is the story of him being bewitched. Urwa said, related to Aisha, and this is, I'm taking Aisha Bewley's a translation of this hadith, because most of them leave out the fact that was about having intercourse with his wives. They just omit it in the translation because it's embarrassing. So they pretend it isn't there. So I'm taking Aisha Bewley's translation because she's actually honest and translated it. So Urwa related that Aisha said, the messenger of Allah was bewitched so that he would imagine that he had intercourse with his wives when he had not. A lot of them just say that he had done a thing when he had not. But he thought he had had intercourse with his wives when he had not. And Sufyan said, this is the worst type of magic when it does that, when it makes you think you've done something that you haven't. He said, Aisha, do you know that Allah has given me a decision in what I ask him about? 2 men came to me, and one of them sat at my head. Now, what I asked him about, what happened was, the wives started talking. They're like, he's not actually having sex with me anymore. Well, he's not with me either. Or me. And so Aisha asked him about, hey, just so you know, you keep acting like you think you're having sex with us, but you're not. He's like, I will pray to Allah about this, because I for sure thought I was. So that's the background to this. So he prays to him, and then 2 men came to me, and one of them sat at my head and the other at my feet, and the one at my head said to the other, what ails the man? Bewitched, he answered. And who has bewitched him? He replied, Labid ibn al-Asim, a man of the Banu Zurayq, the allies of the Jews, who is a hypocrite, using what? A comb and flax fibers. They stole his hairs and bound them together with flax, because you know that you can do magic with people's toenails and hairs and things like that. This is totally not paganism. No, this is Islam, not paganism, where you actually have magical powers. Anyway, where is it? Inside a male palm spadix, under a stone in the well of Darwan. The prophet then went to the well to remove it. He said, this is the well that I was shown. Its water was the color of henna infusion. The date palm looks like the heads of devils. He says, it was taken out. I asked, why do you not use the nushra? He replied, by Allah has cured me. I dislike to provoke evil against anyone. And nushra is whenever you use magic in Islam, where you're chanting recitations and stuff that's supposed to remove evil effects from you and perhaps send them back to other people. So that's white magic. So she's like, why didn't you use white magic against this guy? Why did you go and find this palm thing? I'm sure he removed the rock and then pulled it out of his robe where he had it all along. And he also got to pin it on a dude that he didn't like, too, at the same time. Very convenient. Um, so here is another version of the same event. So in 114, 1 through 6, this is supposed to be like the circumstances of revelation. I seek refuge in the Lord of mankind, etc., etc. And this is what he is supposed to have said at this time. The messenger of Allah had a Jewish servant boy, so he had a Jewish slave boy. The Jews approached him and kept after him until he gave them some of the fallen hair from the prophet as well as a few teeth from his comb. Now, his Jewish serving boy probably came from the time that they slaughtered all of the women of the tribe and enslaved all of the boys who did not have any pubic hair. And so perhaps this was one of the enslaved boys whose father was slaughtered and whose mothers and sisters were sold into sexual slavery. So anyway, the person who was behind this was the Jew Abd ibn al-Asim. So either he was a Jew or maybe just an ally of the Jew. Depends, right? He put them in a well, the hair into a well, etc., etc. The messenger of Allah fell ill for a period of 6 months, during which the hair of his head fell off. He imagined that he slept with his wives when he did not, and he was withering away without knowing the reason. As he was one day sleeping, he saw the two angels, etc., etc., etc. And so the rest of it is essentially the same. This is from Wahidi, and I believe the other one was from Bukhari. So they're different. So bewitched means put under a spell of, it's brujeria, witchcraft. So he
Excellent.
was put under a spell. So
you give the Spanish, right?
Yes.
But
sorry, guys.
Excellent. Very helpful. Very helpful.
Witchcraft.
No, I mean, it's very helpful to Ruth there in the chat. So appreciate that.
And then one final thing. At this time, he may have had hypothyroidism or Cushing's disease, both of which can cause hair loss and impotence. So he may have actually finally developed the disease that people kind of suspect that he had, but he was also approaching kind of his final disease state as it was anyway. So just to be clear, before we move on to our next topic, what was happening is that Muhammad was going around all his wives in one night and was not at this time sleeping with any of them.
All right. So let me.
So hang on. But what he would do is he would go to Aisha and he'd be like, oh, I just want to spend time with you today. I'm so tired from having intercourse with all the rest of my wives. And then he would go off to Hafsa and he'd go, oh, I just want to spend time with you tonight. I'm so tired from having intercourse with all of my other wives. And so he'd go and make excuses on everyone else. And so whenever they said, hey, you're not having intercourse with any of us, he'd be like, oh, but I thought I was with all of you, kind of thing. Right? So that's what was going on. So at the very time when he suddenly was supposedly displaying his sexual strength, it was because he was impotent. Remember that this is a trait of Islam. Anything that they portray as one of their great strengths of Islam is actually going to be where you find the deepest rot. So at the very time that he was running around claiming that he had intercourse with 9 wives, he thought he wasn't having intercourse with any of them and was using going around to the wives is trying to use that as a plausible excuse that why he wasn't having intercourse with this particular wife. But again, women talk. They will know.
It would work for a little while, right? Because you say, I'm too tired. I got worn out at Aisha's house yesterday. Maybe next time.
Yeah,
it'll work for a little while.
It would also be a little bit embarrassing to all of them that, oh, I'm the wife that he chose not to sleep with. I'm not going to talk about it with the other women at first.
Mm-hmm. But then he went back to that well one too many times, and they're like, this doesn't seem right here. Something else is going on. And, well, he was found out. And then he's like, oh, I honestly believed that I did. I must have been bewitched. So Tony wants to know if he started out having sex with all his wives and then over time stopped, or
No,
if
because he wasn't going around to all of his wives until he had 9. And that's the time whenever he was after 628. He was never completely well again. He got quite sick whenever he was poisoned by the Jewish woman, which they kind of cover up a bit. And he never felt quite well again. And he didn't have 9 wives until 629. And it's always tied to having a time when he had 9 wives. So,
so Jabbar says Muhammad has 9 wives before he got sent God's command to only have 4.
no,
No,
it's
that's
the
not
opposite.
remotely accurate. The Quran explicitly says that he has special permission and the 4 wives doesn't apply to him. And he got the revelation first. You got your history all backwards. Bet Kali says he has 9 wives, but how many kids? So we went over this earlier. About 7, it seems. All but one of which are attributed to Khadijah. So of the 9 wives that he has at that time, or 11 in some sources, he has supposedly 1 kid, which Mary's going to get to in a little bit. And we'll see that he, in fact, has no such children. The next Zakir Naik says that the legend has arrived, which is true. Unapologetic Apologetics is in the chat. If you did not see my community post from earlier today, go over there after this stream and go to the linked video. Hilarious video with him and your brother in Christ and John Newton looking at the Council of Nicaea. Awesome stuff. I definitely recommend you check that out. And let's see. Another Muslim entered the chat. Cross is useless, which, by the way, you're correct. The cross is useless. 1 Corinthians 1:18 says as much. For the word of the cross is folly to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved is the power of God. So for you, the cross is in fact useless. You're perishing. You think it's foolish. You're going to hell. The cross does you no good whatsoever, but to those who believe, it is everything. It is the source of eternal life. Now, on to your actual question here. Why this topic is so important, although the Israelite prophets have more than 1 wives. So good try, good try. You saw the title. You saw it was about Muhammad's queer sex life, and you're like, they must be talking about polygamy. We're not. We're not talking about polygamy. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I hope you're listening. I hope you're learning. You're seeing what an amazing example Muhammad is to follow. And Nina says, she was 9 years old, which is also not the perversion we're talking about today. So tune in, right? I guarantee the stuff we're discussing you have not heard. As a Muslim, you have not heard this material. You need to learn it so you can emulate Muhammad's amazing example or something like that. And Brandy has a very good point here. Maybe this is how the wise figured it out. You would think they would have noticed he was no longer covered in semen when he was going out to the mosque. Maybe that's how they figured it out. They're like, wait a minute, you said you were having sex with ex-wife yesterday, but your garment is completely clean. There's no sign of semen being scraped off it. There's no sign of it being washed off. You must be lying. All right, Mary. Mary the Copt. Excellent. I did have a comment on that to bring up at the time when the time came. Maria 28 says, I thought he had a son with Maria the Copt. So we're just talking about his one
was
alleged son.
That wasn't his son. Let's put it that way. Even Muhammad is pretty sure this is not his son. So It's pretty funny. Jabbar knows nothing about any religion. Jabbar's like, no, it was definitely before he married all those people. No. Jabbar watches stupid videos.
I saw a video that says in context there's a Christian who had 700 wives and he goes to heavens. I
No.
think that you're probably referring to King Solomon, who's not a Christian and probably didn't go to heaven either. So,
There's a very good
whatever stupid Islamic video you're watching has nothing to do with anything that we're discussing here today. You want to discuss polygamy? By all means. I gave you my email multiple times. Let's have a discussion about polygamy and what the Bible teaches about it versus what the Quran teaches about it. But that's not actually what we're talking about at all today. We're talking about other unusual sexualities of your prophet, just to clarify.
All right. So let's look at a timeline really quickly. So around about the time he married Hafsa and his fourth wife, who was in between Hafsa and Salama, the mother of the poor, who died after 3 months of natural causes. But anyway, around that time, Muhammad was trying to suck up to the Jews. And the Talmudic Jews had, for some reason or another, just declared arbitrarily that you could have up to 4 wives and that's okay, any more than that is wrong. And so Muhammad just stole that from the Jews because he steals rabbinical stuff all the time and declared that you could have 4 wives. And no more. He made other men divorce their extra wives and send them away. And then Muhammad himself hit the 4 mark. One of his wives died, and after he'd married Hafsa and before he married the 4th one, like right in that kind of window at that time, Zainab ibn Jahash offered herself to him, and he said no, and married the mother of poor instead, or after she died and before he married Salama, one of those guys in that area. And he married the mother of poor instead, married Salama instead. And then he saw Zayn, and he married Zainab ibn Jahash to his adopted son Zaid, who liked to keep a lot of wives, and so he still had his previous slave wife, but had extras too. So he still had Barakah, who is called Ayman, but also had extras. So this is one of his bonus wives, right? And Muhammad saw her partly unclothed and went, "Wow, I'm feeling lots of lust for a married woman who is my legal daughter. Therefore, Allah must be responsible for my lust and must want me to have sex with my married daughter. So what Allah wants is for me to marry as many women as I want." Well, at first, he didn't say that. He just wanted her. He wanted to have sex with her. And the 4 wives that he had, were super concerned that he was going to divorce one of them, get rid of them, and marry Zainab. So this is probably when Sauda gave up her night trying to keep in Muhammad's favor, because she knew she was the first one on the chopping block, because now she was fat and old, and Muhammad hated fat old women and didn't want to have sex with her anymore because he, married her within 20 days of Khadijah's death, because he needed to have something to put his penis in, because he couldn't stand to go more than 20 days without putting his penis in something. With Khadijah dead, he definitely needed something, and she was a warm body at the time. But now that he had many bodies that he could put his penis in, he did not much like her anymore, because she was a big, fat, ugly old woman at this time, about 40 years old. And so he wanted to get rid of her. And so to keep her place, she gave up her fundamental marital rights that she was due, and every ancient civilization that could not be taken away from her. She gave them to Aisha. Muhammad said, "That's great that you do that. All wives should do this for their husband. If they happen to feel like their husband is rebelling against, or having a rebellious and uppity feeling against them, they should give up their marital rights to him to make him happy. Otherwise, they are selfish." And so he held on to her and then declared, "Oh, Allah has told me that he's making me lust after my legal daughter, to know that you can have sex with your adopted son's wives, and also to give me a special dispensation that I can have as many wives as I want, unlike the rest of you who are still at 4. I can have as many as I want." So then shortly thereafter, he declared that, when Allah said that he's making me have lustful thoughts for this woman, so this married woman having adulterous thoughts for this married woman who is my daughter, it's to show that your adopted sons' wives aren't really your daughters. No, it's to show that Allah doesn't like adoption at all and to end adoption. So the last thing that Allah said no longer makes any sense whatsoever. Now it's this new thing, but it's in Allah's, both are in Allah's eternal book, even though one was apparently temporary for a period of just a few weeks at most. Oh, and you stupid women, you keep complaining that I'm doing these things and treating you badly and that I don't have enough money to feed you to begin with, and now I'm having an extra wife and I'm breaking the rules just for me. So Umar wants to beat his wife. I'm going to reinstate wife beating again, which I previously said we couldn't do. You shouldn't do. And I wasn't letting men beat their wives. So now I'm going to bring back wife beating. So you guys aren't so uppity anymore. And I'm going to make you all cover up completely whenever you go out, because Umar wants me to do that too. And I'm pissed at you right now. And Allah is making me mad at you. So Allah can reveal this thing and forcing you to cover up all the time.
So Jabbar wants to know what the source of the story in the live right now is. The comment's generic enough that he might not actually be listening, but just in case he's listening and he wants to know where he can learn about Allah revealing the fact that he needed to marry his daughter-in-law, where can he find that information?
I believe that is Surah 33, I believe is the main one. Let's see.
Yeah, so I can pull up the.
So a lot of it's in Surah 33, and that is a huge amount of this. The thing about the wives feeling uppity, that's from Al-Tabari about if you fear that is no. Well, hang on one second.
Yeah, so
I'll find the other one about Sauda giving up her marital rights.
Yep, I got that. I got that.
Oh, do you have the verse right now?
Yep. 4:128 is the Quran verse, and you can see the occasion of the verse in Jami al-Tirmidhi 3040. It tells you that this verse was revealed in regards to Muhammad wanting to divorce Sauda. And then you also have 3351, which is also revealed for the same reason, because apparently one verse wasn't enough for everyone to know about it. And Sahih Bukhari 4788 provides the occasion of the verse for that. And on Zainab, that's found in Al-Tabari, it's found in Ibn Sa'd, and it, of course, is Surah 33, especially verse 37, as Mary said.
All right. So again, I'm just going off the narration from the various events. So anyway, now let's move on to Mary the Copt. Now, Mary the Copt falls after Habiba. So they had the treaty, they had a brief treaty with Mecca, and after the success of this treaty, Muhammad sent out delegations. It was a year of delegations, and it was in early 628 or very, very late 627 in there that he sent those delegations out. Habiba came back from Ethiopia with the rest of the immigrants who were still there at the return trip by the delegate who went to Ethiopia. And she arrived right after Khaybar, when Safiya was taken and forced into marriage with Muhammad after her husband was tortured to death and her father was killed. And her mahr was that her mother was not going to be someone else's rape slave, but instead was free. That was her gift from Muhammad for her wedding. It wasn't just her freedom, but also that her mother would not be raped as she was being raped at that time, even though she hated no man as much as she hated Muhammad at that time, before he brainwashed her and decided to tell her that this was the best thing that ever happened to her. So this really means that Mary the Copt has to come back after Habiba, but before Maymuna, most likely, just kind of in that window there, in the second half of 628, probably, is when Mary the Copt came back, because it's farther away to go to Egypt. Now, all the Islamic sources, interestingly, say that, oh, the Roman governor of Egypt gave him this gift. And this is what Muhammad thought. But apparently Allah forgot to tell Muhammad that the Romans did not control Egypt at this time. And instead, there was a Sicilian. So the Sicilians had come across and taken over a huge chunk of the Roman Empire in the Middle East and also in Egypt in the late teens to early 20s. And Heraclius had summoned the Roman forces and had very soon pushed out the Sicilian forces out of the Middle East. However, Egypt was now isolated all by itself. And there's this Sicilian governor dude, a satrap who was over there, who was the ruler put there by the Sicilian monarch, by the emperor, and he no longer has any support anywhere. So he's desperate to make friends with anybody he could. So whenever, and he's out here in isolation, trying to hang on to power, waiting for the Romans to come back and take him out. And here comes a delegation sucking up to him from some guy he's never heard of. He doesn't care. He grabs some of the Christian slaves that he sees and gives it to this pagan, because he doesn't care that he's giving these Christians that he has oppressed to this pagan.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Mary, but your slides haven't advanced in a while,
yeah,
so I think there's probably a technical problem.
No,
okay.
I'm giving the
Gotcha.
The background.
Right, it sounded like you'd gone like to a second slide, so I was like,
well, I was still showing the timeline that was in here. That was the year of delegations, and it happened in relation to these delegations. I'm just still kind of contextualize it. And then he sent back the slaves. Now, here we are actually in this time period. So Al-Tabari says that in this year, Hatib ibn Abi Balta'a came back from Al-Muqawqis, which is for some weird reason what they called the ruler in Egypt that they think is Roman. Nobody can figure out who this person is. And to bring her sister Maria and her sister Cyrene. And then also a mule was given to them, and a donkey, and some clothes, and also a supposed eunuch named Mardur. We'll find out that he was not likely a eunuch to begin with, and became a eunuch later on. Anyway, Hatib invited them to become Muslims before he arrived with them, and Maria and her sister did so. No, they didn't. They never did. They were never Muslims. This is just a lie to cover up the fact that that the only women who supposedly converted with Muhammad had no choice. Maria was never married to him. She was always a slave because she did not give up her faith. The messenger of Allah lodged them with Sulaim. Maria was beautiful. The Prophet sent her sister to Hassan ibn Thabit. She gave him children as his rape slave. And he gave Maria to Hafsa. Did not keep them with this other random woman and then marry her or anything else. This is desperately trying to cover for the fact that he sent her to Hafsa. And the entire story of him raping Mary the Copt on Hafsa's own bed is part of this. Because remember, he gave the girl to Hafsa. So she was no longer Muhammad's slave. she was Hafsa's slave. So Hafsa could say whether or not Muhammad could sleep with her, but Muhammad couldn't help himself and slept with her, told Hafsa, "Oh, I won't do it again. Please just don't tell anyone." Hafsa told Aisha anyway, and then there is a verse in the Quran threatening to divorce the two, and it's Hafsa and Aisha specifically, but he did briefly, when he briefly divorced all of his wives, and everybody was screaming and crying in the uh, in the masjid, it was because of this event, because Allah revealed that he can continue to have sex with Maria, because Allah caused him to lust after Maria, even though she was, Hafsa's slave, given to Hafsa, not his slave. Well, Allah is the one who causes Muhammad to have all of his sexual feelings. So he should not forbid himself what Allah has allowed himself to do. So Allah explicitly gave him another one of his prerogatives, which was to break his word anytime Allah himself had not approved of what he promised. And Allah did not like him keeping his penis in his pants or inside his other wives, but Allah rather wanted him to have his penis to have as much fun as it possibly could inside of Mary the Copt. And therefore, it caused this enormous drama with all of his wives, just so that he could keep having sex with Mary the Copt, whom he installed in a house away from the masjid. After all the drama, all of its official wives were next to the masjid, all lined up on the wall of the masjid. And instead, he put her in a pretty garden house that was isolated and quiet, where he could run off to his pretty garden plot and his pretty sex slave and have sex with her out there whenever he wanted, without having to listen to his wives complain about it. So now her son was born in the summer of 631. Something that's funny is that the verse that says Muhammad is not the father of any of your men was revealed in 3340 in Surah, for verse 40 of Surah 33 in 627. This had already come to abrogate something else that he previously said, that the wives of the prophets are your mothers and Muhammad is your father. That was then abrogated, because that was the original, because Muhammad declared that if he divorced his wives upon marrying Zainab back then, back much earlier, that they would not be allowed to marry, because they were the wives of the believer, or they were the mothers of the believers, and that would be incest. And so people were like, wait, in that same verse it says you're the father of the believers. How is that true? And so that got abrogated right then. It's like, oh, Allah has abrogated that. That's no longer true. And then shortly thereafter, around that same time,
that was just one of the things that Satan inserted in there. But Jibril has revealed it doesn't belong. Because, I mean, you're actually only allowed to abrogate moral commands, which that's not a moral command. So it must have been that Satan tricked him on that one.
Yeah. So anyway, so that, and then Muhammad explicitly not being the father of any of your men was inserted then, and since suddenly he pops up with the supposed son, and that if he had grown, he would have become a man, which would have made Allah untrue. So I guess Allah had to kill the child, because otherwise his eternal Quran would not be true anymore. But it doesn't conflict chronologically. It just shows that Muhammad was making this up as it goes along. However, her son wasn't actually Muhammad's. He was only counted as Muhammad's. So Aisha said, Maria was presented to the Prophet of Islam as a slave woman, and her cousin, a Coptic male slave, was with her. After a while, Maria, and they just say that he was his cousin. They're just saying that. There's no evidence that these folks were necessarily related. But anyway, after a while, Maria became pregnant. Upon that, the people started slandering that since Muhammad, needed a child, he related the son of that slave man to himself. Since Maria, as a mother, didn't have enough breast milk, they fed him by sheep's milk. And that's why he was fat. No, Maria, there is a hadith from Maria the Copt saying that the child was stolen from her arms immediately after giving birth. So she gave birth, the child was ripped from her arms and immediately given to a the wife of a blacksmith, where the child was raised in a very smoky environment. Why would the child not be given a wet nurse? Because that was supposed to be his nurse. Was she not his wet nurse? Maybe she was, and this is just something that got inserted later on. Maybe she wasn't. But anyway, Aisha said, once the Prophet brought me to him and asked what I thought about him, I said, everyone fed by sheep's milk will get fat. Like, do you think that this is a cute baby? Because, chubby babies are very, very valued in cultures in which childhood malnutrition is very prevalent. She's like, well, anyone fed with sheep's milk will get fat. And the Prophet said, doesn't he look like me? And Aisha said, I jealously said no. And then the Prophet heard of the untrue accusations of the people toward Maria. Upon that, the Prophet sent Ali to kill her husband. So, there are more details in other sources. This is Sahih Muslim. Anas reported that a person, a Coptic slave whose name was Mabur, who was the supposed cousin of Maria. They probably call him cousin because under Christian religion, you could not marry your cousins. And so they're probably like, Maria and the slave might have represented themselves as cousins for that very reason, because they desperately wanted to have like contact with each other. Be like, oh no, he's my cousin, and we don't, we don't marry our cousins, etc., etc. Anyway, he was charged with fornication with the slave girl of Allah's messenger. Now, it is significant at this time that a Christian marriage did not require anything other than the consent of the parties. So if Maria says to Mabur, I marry you, and if he says to her, I marry you, it is a legal marriage under Christian law at this time. No witnesses are required. Nothing is required other than the consent of the parties concerned. On the other hand, Muhammad had no right over her body in Christian law, like to have sex with the slaves. That was not part of Christianity. So she could be validly religiously married and in Christian states secularly married to her husband just by common consent. But anyway, after hearing that Mabur and Maria were involved with one another, and that everyone believed that that was the child, the source of the child, Allah's messenger said to Ali, go strike his neck. Ali came to him and he found him in a well, making his body cool. Ali said to him, come out. And as he took a hold of his hand and brought him out, he found that his sexual organ had been cut. And then he refrained from striking his neck. He came to Allah's apostle and said, Allah's messenger, he has not even got the sexual organ with him. And then, so
I'm sorry for that wording.
Yeah,
with him.
It is funny. So basically,
He left it at home today.
yeah. Here's the thing. If people knew about him being a eunuch ahead of time, and it would have been reasonably obvious that he was a eunuch just by his appearance, they would not have ever thought that they were carrying on. So his eunuchhood seems to have post-dated Maria's pregnancy, if not the birth. And whether or not it was Ali who thought that this was the best way to cover for Muhammad. Because if it turns out that Muhammad was fooled into accepting a son who was not his, that would have massive repercussions for Muhammad and his honor and everything else. So Ali might have just taken it upon himself to deal with the matter and the best outcome that he could imply. Or it could be that Mabur realized what was coming and took steps himself ahead of Ali coming in and threatening to kill him, right? But when Ibrahim was born to Maria, Then Muhammad became doubtful if he was really his son or not. Upon that, Jibril came to him and said, "Peace be upon you, O the father of Ibrahim." So confirmed to him that Ibrahim was indeed his son. There's also a very important point that one of the hadiths about the beating of slaves for fornication states that Muhammad had one of his slaves who was guilty of fornication lashed. But because she had recently been given birth, the one who was told to beat her said that if I beat her now, I might kill her because she just gave birth and she's been through a lot. Should I delay? And he says, yes, delay some. And so he delayed some. He beat her half the lashes, but then he was concerned that he would kill her again. So he delayed again and then gave her the other half of the lashes. What other slave woman did Muhammad had who had a child? There is none who is mentioned in any of the sources that he had any other slave woman, and this was in Medina, they had any other slave woman who had a child who was not a freed slave and officially married to somebody, right? So this is a very, very important point that Maria might have even been beaten by Muhammad in spite of this. Or
John
she could have
Scott,
been beaten first and then they found her. So
John
this
Scott says,
is
Prophet, his Venus is gone, Bretta.
nice.
Sorry, I had to get that in there.
And this is the end of the section on Muhammad's impotence and his infertility and how it shaped Islam. It was part of the contribution to the wars after it because there wasn't a clear heir and there was a lot of competition and a lot of upset stuff. So, Jabbar, as you see here, I've got sources for a lot of the stuff here. A lot of the other stuff that I'm just rattling off really fast, I have mentioned with all the sources before. When I did my talk with Nadir Ahmed on slavery in Islam, I had the source for the Muhammad ordering the beating of a slave woman. I could probably find it really fast too. So I'm not making anything up. Some of the things are my conclusions based on the sources. So it is my conclusion that probably none of these children are his. But the reason for this conclusion is actual sources.
Yeah, and you probably haven't seen everything that Jabbar was saying, but I did highlight his first comment, which was, about the silly contradiction in the Old Testament, and he has admitted that he doesn't really know much about Islam. He's unable to defend it. And he said, can I ask you some questions about Christianity? I gave him my email and he did email me. So by all indications, he is genuine here. Don't confuse to the audience. Don't confuse him with the other people who are in the chat who were not. But he does appear to be genuine. And I look forward to answering some of his questions so that he can at least learn about Christianity. Hopefully he'll learn about Islam too, so he can see that it's false and not just remain in a state where he doesn't know that much about it, yet believes it to be true.
Yeah, and I'm going to go through what I have been doing is I've been, in general chronological order, going through the entire history of the Arab people up to the history of Mecca and the Quraysh. And now I'm doing the history of Muhammad and his life. And next week, I'm going to do one more thing on Mecca before the Mecca that Muhammad was living in. What was it like at the time of his life? What was there? What wasn't there? How many people were there? All that sort of stuff. And then I'm going to go from there the week after that. I'm going to go through the Islamic sources. I'm going to talk about, and I am going to talk a little bit in chronological order about, his marriage, his probable, his the daughters that are attributed to him, and perhaps his 1 to maybe 2 pre-Islamic sons. I think there's probably only 1 pre-Islamic son. And how everything kind of fits together. Very briefly cover that kind of at the end. But I'm going to talk about, like, what were the houses like? How many rooms did they have? What were they made of? What kind of artisans were in Mecca at this time, according to the Islamic sources? Because a lot of people, Muslim and Christian both, and atheist, like tons of people, think that the Islamic sources are going to say that Mecca was very different than what they're actually describing. The Islamic sources said that there were not roofs on any of the houses in Mecca until Muhammad's lifetime. How many people know that? That is an agreed upon point, that they did not have roofs on their houses. That they were using like tent materials for their roofs before that. So I would invite everyone to come. We will talk about what they use for latrines even. So.
All right. Yes. So Mohid al-Islam was originally in here and did fool some people into thinking that he was a Muslim. I was pretty sure I remembered the name, that he was a joke Muslim. Yep. And I was correct here, but I do appreciate this joke. Nadir Ahmed is the true Rasul Allah. Indeed, I am sure of that.
Now, the joke is, for people who don't know, that Nadir Ahmed will say that everyone, Christians go on supposition, but Islam goes on facts. But he will state facts about Islam that he is the only person who believes. So his idea of what is factual is apparently the only true Islam, and everybody else is not actually a Muslim. So he's in a religion of one. He's the only person who believes that. No, they did not have latrines, Andrew. They did not have latrines.
Nina says that she's already there to next week's stream because she is a time-traveling prophetess. Good to know. Does your uterus come with you? Don't answer that question. All right. So I have opened up. I posted the link and pinned it if any Muslims want to call in and either have a friendly discussion about what we talked about today or refute us, however you want to do that. I don't have a super huge number of questions and comments saved, so we will go for at least another 15 minutes, but we'll see exactly how long, depending on if we get Muslim interaction or not. Conasendio Islam says the Messenger of Allah was a sex addict, right? So can you clarify, because you kind of made both statements, right? You said that he couldn't wait 20 days to stick his penis in a new woman, but then at the same time, you're saying that he's lying about having sex and not actually having sex with anyone by the end of his life. So can you kind of review the timeline and what you're claiming about Muhammad?
So yes, Khadijah died in 619, which was the year of two sorrows, because Abu Talib and Khadijah both died that year. So it was at this time that he was desperate to marry someone else and have someone else to have sex with. As he was acquiring a huge number of his wives, he, it's not that necessarily that he slept with a ton of women, whatever, at any particular time, but that he wanted to have any woman that he felt lust for, he wanted to make his property, his forever. He gets to keep her. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that he's having lots of sex, but specifically the story that is related to him having sex with more than one woman in one day. It is always connected to him being with 9 women, or occasionally 11 women, because they're counting the sex slaves too, with 2 aren't even in the rotation. But that story is linked to a time period after March of 629, because that's whenever he married the last woman he ever consummated a marriage with. who counted as a real marriage. So,
excellent. Thank you for that
and then
clarification.
at that time, sorry, within 3-ish years of his death, at that time he is impotent. But before then, he wanted to own and control and keep and whatever woman was the most beautiful he wanted to have. So he was infertile and not impotent for a long time, and then at the end of his life, he was infertile and impotent.
Indeed. And, sometimes people use impotent informally, so I can defend the thumbnail on that basis as well. Unapologetic Apologetic says Muhammad's penis works inverse to the age of his wife. The larger the age, the less effective his penis. The smaller the age of his wife, the more effective his penis was. Truly an inverse proportion. Very interesting.
One of the things that's interesting is that he specifically talked about how great it is to have a wife who is so young that you can't have intercourse with her because you get to fondle her. And that word for fondling is the same word that's used for whenever Aisha was on her period after she turned 14, and he would have her put her izar, that's kind of the underclothing that's normally just a skirt, wrap it between her legs, and then he would put his member between her thighs and satisfy himself that way. And he thought apparently that this was a particularly wonderful way of enjoying a small child that you couldn't have intercourse with. That also makes one wonder what he was doing with Aisha between the ages of 6 and 9. Because Shia said that was the time that he was doing that in. And Aisha herself said that she had intercourse with Muhammad whenever she was 9, and that was the behavior that I'm describing is not considered intercourse in Islam. So the Shia may be correct about this.
All right. I think that most of the rest are not. I guess I should have brought this up earlier. Could it be that Muhammad pissed like a girl because he was emasculated by being a boy toy to an older lady? This was said before you went through your explanation. Probably physical, probably not psychological, as this comment supposes. Constantine Islam, I was always curious, how many languages do you know, or where are you from? I mean, I don't know so many Spanish speakers who are listening to you, Mary and Thaddeus. So I only actually know English, right? I know I can get by in biblical Greek or Hebrew, but I don't really know them. And I took French, but I don't really still know it. I took Latin, but I don't really still know it. So really just English. Mary, you want to answer?
I used to be fluent in Spanish to the point where when I was in another country, I had a conversation with someone for like 5 minutes, and then they got this funny look on their face, and they're like, "You're not actually from this country, are you? Like, you're not from here, are you?" I'm like, "Nope, I'm American." And then they knew. But I'm over 40 now, and so it's been over 20 years since I was just speaking Spanish at that level conversationally. So it's very rusty, and I have a pretty darn good vocabulary still, but sometimes it takes a moment to access and to think about and to put together words. I can struggle through Latin. I've taken some of that. I just use the tools when I work in Greek or Hebrew. I know some Arabic and some Arabic concepts and things like that, because I do have a background in linguistics as well, which helps me do stuff. I can read with difficulty French. I can read Catalan easily. I can read Italian with difficulty. So that's me.
Yeah, and to be clear, if you want to study the languages of the Bible, there are fantastic tools for it. I don't really see a lot of benefit in memorizing a bunch of vocabulary. I mean, and that's true for Arabic as well. And now, if you want to be able to speak Arabic to people who know Arabic, that's quite a different story. But as far as like being able to understand the language, reading it, the tools are actually far more useful because memorizing a term doesn't magically give you insight into it. You're just memorizing someone else's translation of it, right? So using the reference tools will give you more understanding of what the text is saying than memorizing vocabulary will. The prophetess of the chat has checked out, and but before, right before she did, Zayn tried to claim that he is a new prophet, but there's only one prophet allowed on this channel, and that is Nina. He says that a new hadith was just revealed to him. It was Muhammad's ejaculation that split the moon. Look for this on a Muslim apologetics channel coming to you soon. It'll be right after the other explanation that everyone was asleep, and that's why no one saw Muhammad split the moon. Richard says, who wrote the Quran? Answer, the goat knows best. Indeed, the goat does know best on that one. Sir Dr. Whitemeat, Muhammad was the ear. He most likely took it in the rear because he was queer.
Oh my goodness.
You have created a surah like it. Congratulations. Zayn says most Muslims stick to 30-second TikTok videos in response to 3-hour streams debunking them. Muslim Cowboy is the new member and has already been spanked beyond belief. So while I was researching, or not really researching, right? Mary did the actual research, but while I was looking for a funny clip to have as the opening, I came across a Muslim who refuted David Wood on Muhammad constantly being covered in semen. The video was so bad and so hilarious that I messaged David and was like, hey, I found a Muslim that refuted you. And it is hilariously bad. You want to do a live stream reacting to it? And he said, sure. So we'll look for that scheduled in the future. We'll go through a Muslim explaining why Muhammad was covered, or why David is totally off base when he says that Muhammad was constantly covered in semen. His explanation is amazing. That's all I'm going to say about that. Crockaloo says, fun fact, Muslims will drink from al-Kathar on Judgment Day. Its liquid is white musk, which comes from the glands in the general area of musk deer. Is that true, Mary?
Yeah, it's specifically supposed to be Muhammad's special place. The funny thing is that the surah that's supposed to be about like al-Kawthar is like, you'd never think that it was a stream. He clearly made up the fact that it was a stream after he gave this hadith because it's just a normal word. He's like, what this word means. Here's the deep meaning for this word. It's this fountain or stream or river that's especially for me. And its liquid is white musk, right, which comes from the glands of the genital area of the musk deer, indeed. So, yes. Muhammad's obsession with fine sounds or smells. By the way, guys, you have no flipping idea how long it took me to find out what early Arab men did to clean their bodies that wasn't water. Because washing like ghusl and the janaba and cleansing and all the rest of this, all of this stuff, it doesn't actually get you clean, right? It's just splashing a little bit of water on you, and it would not get you clean, would not make you smell good. Someday when you're really sweaty and stinky, try splashing a little water on yourself and see how much it does for you. It doesn't do anything. So I was like, how do they actually get clean? And it was with dust. Men use dust. They would scrub their bodies with extraordinarily fine dust. And that's why Muhammad revealed that, oh, it's okay to use the dust too. So that just like the hours, guys, the hours that it took me to find out this information is ridiculous. I just want you to know that.
So, in regards to that Muslim cowboy comment a couple minutes ago, Snoopy says AP and Dave showed how the next Zakir Naik was banned for asking white guy. Um, yes. So the next Zakir Naik. So backstory, right? In case people haven't seen this whole thing, Muslim cowboy put out a video bragging that he would, or I guess it was a tweet originally, that he would proudly do anything that Muhammad did. So David and AP did a stream about that, and Aisha and whatnot. And then after that had happened, Zakir Naik went on to his stream and asked him, would you do anything that Muhammad did? So then he tried to cover himself, right? He said, well, yes, I would, but some things are illegal in the country I live, so I can't do those things. Other things are special privileges for the prophet. I can't marry more than 4 women. Maybe I would want to, but I can't. And so then he said, well, would you go around with your clothes covered in semen? Ban. Right? Because it doesn't fall under his excuses. He can't answer it. It's something Muhammad did. He's supposed to be the best example. He said be proud to do anything he did. He can't pretend that it's illegal. I mean, you're not going to get arrested if you walk down the street with semen on your shirt. You might get some strange looks and stuff, but you're not going to get arrested. It's perfectly legal. So he couldn't answer it and banned him instead. And I'm sure that he's probably aware of the hadith. So there you go. And so this was something you said very early on. I have no clue if XXY would cause infertility.
Almost.
You went into it in some detail. My understanding, and I think this is consistent with what you said, is that it doesn't guarantee infertility, but it increases your odds substantially.
It's extremely likely. It is quite unlikely that you will have kids if you're XXY, because your gametes wouldn't even divide correctly. Like, you produce sperm, but if you would have a number of gametes that would have like XY or XX, and those usually don't make it. So you're already at 50% sperm levels from everyone else, and then your hormones are a bit wacky. So you produce sperm, but you have a really low sperm count and are typically infertile as a result.
So Jabbar wants to know why I don't make reaction videos to Sheikh Uthman.
I have. I've made fun of him. We have. Like, we did an entire stream of how Sheikh Uthman stole a man's wife who is probably still Islamically married to the man and is now keeping her as a second wife, which does not exist in America. So he is keeping his prostitute homewrecker mistress in a home with his mother, so he can go over there and visit her and knock her up, even though he has a teenage son with his wife, like an adult son, I think, like young adult. His oldest is a young adult, and he has a bunch of kids with her. But you know what? Just like Muhammad, when women get ugly and old, he wants to find a young new hottie, and Islam does not have any expectation that you continue to delight in the wife of your youth, as it says in the Bible. The Bible instructs men to delight in the wife of their youth, meaning that the wife that you married when you were young and she was young and you live all your life with, take delight in her. And in Islam, it's like, well, of course you'll stop wanting to love your wife and wanting to have sex with her when she gets old and ugly and you need new hotness. Like, of course. And so Uthman stealing another man's wife is no different than Muhammad stealing Zainab from his son-in-law, except that his son-in-law gave up the wife willingly, while Uthman is still actually married to, or Uthman's second wife is still married to the first woman.
So I put the link to that video in the chat. I put it as Uthman adultery video. I also put a link to another video I did on Uthman where he makes some insane statements about himself and ends up, I would be generous and say that he misspoke, except he used the term twice. And in the very argument where he used it, he was jumping on the other guy for misspeaking and saying that you're lying. You revealed yourself to be lying because you misspoke and said the opposite of what you meant. So he ends up revealing that he doesn't, by his own logic, ends up revealing that he doesn't know anything about the Quran. So there you go.
And tons of other
the first
people
video
make,
link.
yeah.
Yeah, the first video link is only like 7 minutes or so. If you want a quick video, the adultery stream is a couple hours long because we get through tons and tons of info.
Yeah, Uthman deceptively edits all of his videos, by the way. Anything that he posts, he has edited and hidden things. There are Christian channels that will post all of his interactions and the whole things and reveal how much he lies and deceives. And he also pretended to be stabbed when he wasn't. I called a friend of mine and I, Jay of not Jay Smith, but Jay Apologetics. We both figured out, like at the same time, the physical location of where he was supposedly stabbed. One of our friends went to that location, got the phone number. I called the woman who was on duty, asked if anything had happened in the parking lot that day. She said no. I contacted the police before it got to be a big deal and asked whether or not anything had happened in that area. I used Sheikh Uthman's real name, which is Osman Khan, right? And I used his real name because someone went, "Oh, you fool! That isn't his name. His real name is this and this." And before he quickly deleted it, I used his real, because I knew that it was a fake name. Like I knew it's his Islamic name. So I asked if anything happened in that area. I used his real name. Someone else got someone in an adjacent area to do a full hunt of all the local police and other people. Never happened, never reported. It's all a lie. It's complete fabrication. So yeah, I've been on Uthman's train for a long time. He makes mistakes with Christianity. He doesn't know where any of the books are in the Bible. It's like, oh, you find it in the Bible, and he can't find it. He cannot read Arabic. He recites the Shahada wrong. He says Muhammadar instead of Muhammadan, and that has to do with the ancient poetic style of Arabic that it's in, that is no longer the way you would say it normally, but it's still, that's what it is. It's not Muhammadar Rasulullah, it's Muhammadan Rasulullah, because it's an old-fashioned form, like thine, an old-fashioned form of Arabic that's in it, and he says it wrong. He can't recite Surah Al-Fatiha correctly, because in the Arabic of that era, you didn't say al-yom, the day. You would just say yom, like you don't say I will be on the time when I get there. You say I will be on time when I get there. That's how they use day. So all of these are just like, he's a total and complete fraud. If you are getting any of your arguments from him, you will embarrass yourself, because his arguments are bad. Because
and we do know that he's getting arguments from Uthman, because the 2242 thing is one of Uthman's favorite things. It's like the first thing he goes to every time he talks to a Christian.
My question is,
kind of magical thing.
Yeah, who is it who says, whenever Moses is talking to the Pharaoh in the Quran, who is it who says that Moses's goal is to eject Pharaoh and his followers from the land? Does the Pharaoh say it, or do his advisors say it? Because there are contradictions in that conversation all over the place, depending on which surah it's in. They can't both say it. It makes no sense. Like, this is not something that can be like, oh, it's slightly different words for the same conversation. No, these are distinctly different conversations.
And as Sir Dr. Whitemead points out, despite all the flaws of Uthman you listed, you forgot to mention that he also fabricated a hadith.
Yep.
Despite supposedly being a hadith expert, he said something stupid, and then instead of just claiming he misspoke or apologizing, he fabricated a hadith to try to prove himself right. I
Yeah. And
suspect highly that he doesn't actually believe in Islam at all,
no.
and that he is just a complete charlatan out to make money.
And he's
That's
making a good amount of money. He
that's my
has some
guess.
pretty, his second house that he's keeping his mistress and his mom in is like, it's not particularly impressive if you're like, I don't know, in the Midwest or something. But he's in San Diego. That's an expensive house. The horrible shack that he showed is a horrible shack because it's in San Diego, but I'm sure that thing is like close to $1 million because it's in San Diego, and they sell terribly built houses for ridiculous amounts of money there because that's part of living in California. So he is making hand over fist to own multiple properties. The man owns multiple houses, and he gets it off of really gullible Muslims who want to be manipulated.
So Breakfast Gun has refuted us. He says, but Uthman does have a degree in hadith and things.
Yes, that's
So
his
there
degree.
you go.
According to him, it's a degree in hadith and things.
And yeah, I think that he's a grifter and that he doesn't actually believe. Now, I think most of the Islamic apologists probably believe in what they're saying to some degree. They've convinced themselves that they're justified in lying and they believe in Islam itself. But in Uthman's case, I don't think he believes in it at all. And that's my opinion, just an opinion, not a fact. All right. So Professor Yaffle, not Prophet Yaffle. I used to surmise Muhammad's partners frequently miscarried their babies, and that's why Muhammad, thanks a lot, Kat, was so familiar with the stages of pregnancy from sadly seeing the miscarried babies. What do you think about that, Mary?
No, because first of all, women would not show miscarried babies to men. This kind of women's world, women's affairs, like, men are not involved in this. They're not present when women are giving birth. If a child uh, dies in childbirth or there's a miscarriage, the baby is buried in the courtyard of the house traditionally in these societies, which is really interesting because that kind of goes back all the way to Jericho where everybody was buried underground like that. But this is women labored holding on to a rope. Again, stuff because I'm writing this book, all this stuff that I have to know that nobody cares about, nobody has to know. But women would tie a rope across the courtyard or inside the house. And of course, the courtyard has walls and is shut up and stuff. And would labor holding on to a rope and squatting over a hole that they dug in the floor of either the house itself or of the courtyard, and would give birth over the hole. And the afterbirth and stuff would fall into it and would be cut and left in it and buried. And if the baby was miscarried or stillborn, the baby would just be immediately buried there. And the husband would never see the baby. And that is why the baby girls could be buried alive. You're already laboring over a hole, and you're like, oh, it's a
Mm.
daughter. Well, she counts as dead. So you just cover her up immediately. By the way, for those who don't know, it like, you're like, oh, that makes so much sense at that time. That's a way to dispose of any child that you don't want. You just bury them with the afterbirth. And the reason why you would bury the afterbirth and the blood and do all that stuff is so that people with magic powers wouldn't get control of these objects. Because remember, Muhammad thought that if someone got his hairs, they could control him, that they could bewitch him. Well, imagine what you could do with someone's afterbirth, with the placenta and the blood and all of that sort of stuff. Imagine all the power that you could possibly have, or the body of a child that just came from, whatever, what might happen. And so, to prevent any nefarious power or person from accessing this, that's why they would labor over the hole so that everything would get buried right away. Also, for boys who don't know this, and a lot of women don't know this now these days, because when you give birth, imagine that you're squeezing a tube of toothpaste and there are multiple toothpastes in there. One of them's a baby, and one of them's also like whatever else is in your digestive tract. People generally also poop while they give birth. And so that would also get buried at the same time and be dealt with in a kind of elegant and neat way where you didn't have to like do anything about it afterwards. So there you go, boys and girls. Probably more about birth than you want to know.
Thank you for all those details. If Allah misguides, what's the job of Satan? What is the job of Satan in Islam? I can't figure it out. I mean, other than to have sex with his knees and produce jinn.
Well, he also misguides. So everything that just like whenever Jesus says, I do what I see my Father doing, Satan's like, I do what I see my Father doing, right? So he does whatever Allah does. Because they're one.
Indeed. Oh my goodness.
Without Shaitan, there is no Allah.
All right. Just making sure that there wasn't anything on the comments that we just gave. Peter 2, Apologetics, Sahih Bukhari, 6807. Whoever guarantees me, Muhammad, his private parts will enter paradise. His conclusion, Muhammad was gay. Well, I mean, that wouldn't make him gay. I mean, he could enjoy men and women alike, right? And I would have to look, but the grammar might not necessitate that it would be males that he's referring to either. So take your pick.
If it was male and female, it would be grammatically male. But it's basically like that if Muhammad can dictate the use of one's genitals, not necessarily that he has personal access to them, although it is a kind of a funny, ha-ha.
Yeah, that one's a funny, but not, I don't think that's a real criticism.
Yeah.
That's certainly what, I mean, that's almost certainly what he really means, right? Like a pledge of allegiance as opposed to something sexual. Anyway.
Well, I mean that they allow him to make the arrangements of who they marry and everything else, because he was constantly telling people who to marry and stuff. So.
Yeah, a pledge to his allegiance in matters of sexuality, marriage, and such, but not necessarily that he personally gets to have sex with them. So Nanny Gotti says, "Sex with his knees?" ? So it looks like we got to go over this again. So, Mary, you want to describe this for us?
So, the Quran talks about the children of Iblis. So, Iblis has kids. And so the people are asking, how does Iblis has kids? And one guy said, that is a marriage, or that was a wedding that I have never heard of. Like, basically, I was not invited to that wedding. I wasn't a witness to it. I don't know what you're talking about. What does that even mean? But another person said that, why, yes, indeed, he does have children. One said that, kind of, oh, he has kids a normal way. But the best answer was that he has a male part on one thigh and a female part on the other thigh, and he rubs his thighs together so that they have intercourse, and then he lays an egg out of the female thigh, and then that egg hatches after a time, and a large number of jinn fly out of that as his children from one egg, some large number from that one particular egg. So yes, he has sex with his different thighs. And that's particularly funny because it says that Iblis has power that Allah does not. Because Allah cannot have kids without a girlfriend, but apparently Iblis can, which is even funnier.
Mm-hmm. And I do generally say knees. It is actually thighs, as Mary said. And it's just because to me, it makes more sense that way because your thighs kind of naturally rub together. So
they were skinnier.
Right.
So it depends on how skinny you are.
Well, I guess where exactly it is on the thigh, it could be fairly low down on the thigh. That might make sense. Who knows? Plus, knees are joints, so you can actually flex them and such, whereas your thighs, you don't have that much control over where they touch. I don't know. Anyway, that's what that's all about. Carol B says the problem with multiple wives is that you may miss their fertile periods as you make the rounds, resulting in fewer children.
Well,
Well, it wouldn't be fewer children than one wife. It would
yeah, each.
be at worst the same amount.
So they did studies in on the number of children in polygamy in early Mormonism, because we have lots of good data about census data or census type data or genealogies. They weren't yet a state, so they didn't have regular censuses and stuff. I don't know. Do territories have full censuses? They have to, because you have to reach a population before you can apply to become a state. Anyway, have good genealogical data and good birth and death data, relatively speaking, for the 19th century from that area and from other parts of the U.S. And so they compared fertility rates and discovered, and even within the community of Mormon women who were in monogamous marriages versus those in polygamous marriages. They found that on average, those in monogamous marriages had one child more than those in polygamous marriages. So all the people saying that, oh, it's to maximize the number of children in society, no, it is not. It absolutely is not. The outcomes of the children are considerably poorer as well whenever you have polygamy, even though the man who has multiple wives might be richer. He spends less time with each child and spends less money on each child than he would if he were devoted to just one family. What it means is that particular men have more children, but society as a whole has fewer children, poorer outcomes, poor physical, mental, emotional health for the women and the children. And for all the men who don't get wives. So the only people who win are the men on top, which of course works great with a cult like Islam and Mormonism. They're both cults, so the men on top are the ones that matter.
Yeah. So, side note here, that's a common thing that I see people claiming that the reason is Muslim women have a lot of children is because of polygamy, or which is totally false. That's not how that works at all. First of all, those figures are based on the number of children per woman. So what males are doing has no bearing on it. And then, as Mary points out, it doesn't create more total children, but it does create more children for a particular man when you're in a polygamous society. So a couple comments on Shaitan here. I just tried to see if my knees could rub together. John Mark, it hurts when I bang my knees together. Pindakas, and Satan lays eggs. Satan is a chicken, but John Mark says no, he's an asexual dragon. And then Snoopy said, sounds like XXY thing because they both have both parts. And I just want to correct this. I want to correct this real quick. Hermaphroditism is not caused by chromosomes. It's caused, the most likely cause, it's not 100% certain, but the most likely cause is sexual organs not developing properly. It has nothing to do with chromosomes. In human beings, it varies by other creatures, but in human beings, one Y chromosome will make you a male no matter how many X chromosomes you have.
Correct.
So that is how it works with human beings biologically.
If you have a functional Y chromosome and you are capable of responding to hormones, no matter how many X's you have, you will be phenotypically male. You are a male. Now, someone else suggested that hermaphroditism has to do with androgen insensitivity syndrome, and certain forms of androgen insensitivity syndrome can cause hermaphrodite-like phenotypes, but nobody with that is fertile at all. But to be phenotypically male, you'd have to have complete androgen insensitivity. And even then, you usually don't have all male traits to the same degree that most men do. And it's often associated with really poor heat tolerance. And so you wouldn't survive into adulthood or even necessarily childhood all that great with really poor heat tolerance, you'd die young. So a lot of these conditions have really, Muhammad made it to about 60. You know, even if you think like I do, he actually died at like in his late 50s. He made it after 50, so he doesn't have any of these conditions that back then would have precluded him from living an Arab lifestyle and being able to direct people for more than 50 years. So.
All right. Thaddeus 56 says, I, the true Thaddeus, have arrived and declare Muhammad the greatest sexual deviant on earth. Glad to have input from the true Thaddeus. Our Kutsani said, Nadir Ahmed just called. He said he's itching to give you guys an intellectual spanking. Unrelated, but I did actually see that I had an email from Nadir in the last week, but I'm behind on emails, so I haven't actually looked at what he had to say in that. But I did happen to see that he sent me one.
Yeah,
So we'll
I
see.
actually owe
I'm
him
sure
a
we'll get him.
debate. I'm just so far behind on stuff, and I was going to do the debate with Jay Smith, but Jay Smith has now changed his mind and declined to debate, and has decided that he didn't think that that would be as something that he wants to do. So I'm not going to be doing that debate, but at some point there. Chan Playpool, do not complain about my head diver because it keeps me safe when people are hunting. We had some poachers in the back acreage not that long ago, and see, I'm totally safe now from them. As someone else pointed out that it's Blaze
Yeah,
Orange.
I was going to say that was, I didn't save that comment, but it was early on. Someone said, I see you're wearing your hunting headscarf today.
Yes.
Nicodemus says, I will say this, hearing all this about Muhammad makes me feel 10 times better about my own shortcomings. So there you go, everyone. Feel better about yourself. At least you're not Muhammad. Whatever problems you have, at least you're not Muhammad. When it says fairy stories, you mean Alexander the Great didn't build an iron wall?
What's even better is that they actually identified the wall's location in Islam and said it's in such and such a place, and it is this wall. First of all, it was built by the Sasanians, not even the Seleucids, but the Sasanians built it, and meaning that it's like hundreds of years too late, right? And that it isn't iron at all. And no, there's no Juj and Yajuj on the other side of it. There's nobody over there except like marauding horse barbarians, your typical horse barbarians. So it's pretty funny that they're like, we have no idea where it is, whenever they had said for hundreds of years, we know exactly where it is, and just went, oh wait, it doesn't match anything that's supposed to match. No, the ruins are still there. You can find the place, but it's stone. It's just like a really, it doesn't match the original stories of Alexander the Great, but the location got moved in mythology to other places over time, and it was a place that it had been moved to, that they agreed that was a place that at the time that Muhammad conquered it, that traditionally was by that point associated with the story of Alexander the Great. That's totally from him, but it's the wrong century. It's made of stone. It isn't even between two mountains as it's described, but it just shows that this is absolutely rooted to that Alexander the Great legend, because they just adopted legendary history, even as the location moved around, from other people.
Excellent. So Snoopy says, wonder why Jay Smith changed his mind. So I think that I'm probably allowed to say why. He said that he was contacted to write a book on the subject, and he's concentrating on that. So not making any accusations about him being afraid or anything along those lines. He just has other priorities. So this comment here, right? There should be a shirt that says, at least I'm not Muhammad. It reminds me, and this is totally random, totally off topic, but reminds me of old meme video that made the rounds years ago, probably like 10 years ago now. The hastily made Cleveland tourism video, which I'm putting in the chat, where the punchline is, "At least we're not Detroit."
Yes.
So check that out if you haven't seen that. I love that video so much. Partially because I'm from Ohio. Let's see. Did they have nail brushes back then? I sure hope so.
No.
Did the hadith explicitly say with her fingernails? Okay.
Yes.
Well, let's not distort the hadith. They say that Aisha used her fingernails to scrape the semen off Muhammad's garments.
Well, that's why he's hoping that they had nail brushes to clean her nails off later, but they didn't. So sorry. She probably used her teeth, boys and girls.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. I was just, it does say nail brushes, but I just mentally read this as, her using a brush to clean the semen. I didn't read it as her cleaning herself, which is what the comment actually means, and you just made it worse, Mary. Good job. Super chat from Jack Gray.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands. You often ask for the apple. This time you asked for the loan, but you got the apple anyway. Loan, no. Pay to win points. Thank you for the donation. Carol says, I heard that weird sheikh asked him give directions to never squeeze or bear down on the last drop out. Maybe Muhammad's practice. Oh, we'll have to do that one for Mary. I don't know. Kadiani says, these are just Sunni beliefs. Well, I mean, that's technically true. These are Sunni beliefs. It just happens to be 90% of Muslims in the world are Sunnis. That's all. And the remaining 10% are like 9.9% Shia. That leaves Ahmadis like yourself at 0.1%. So, yep, that is the result. That is true, but also irrelevant because your sources are much later even and more made up. Happy Kafir says maybe it was Shaitan's poorly aimed pea in Muhammad's ear at night that stained the prophet's clothes. Peas be upon him, as it were. So maybe it wasn't semen. Maybe it was Shaitan's nighttime ear pea.
Does Shaitan's urine cause you torment in the grave? That's the real question. We all need an answer.
And we can ask the sheikh, right? Because he takes every bizarro question in the world. Sheikh asks him. So Carol B says that she saw a clip of him where he gives directions not to squeeze the penis to get the last drops out. Maybe that was Muhammad's practice. What do you know about this, Mary? Why is that in Sharia?
Probably because they're afraid that people will mangle themselves desperately trying to squeeze their junk until any possible drop comes out.
Yeah, I guess you would be pretty motivated. Yeah, you would be pretty motivated if you're going to get torture in the grave to make sure you got everything out. So yeah, that's probably
because most of the torture in the grave is because of semen. Remember this, or
urine,
or excuse me, urine. Most of it.
Indeed. We should sell halal Viagra. Erection is your jihad. Ziagra instead of Viagra. Oh goodness gracious. Yeah, so the streams get about 2,000 views. But Uno is referring to live. The number that you see isn't really completely accurate. The YouTube stats are behind the live views, so it's actually more than what you see live. But it's like maybe like 40% live and 60% on rewatch or something like that. And yes, The channel's come a long way. I remember the first time that I got 100 viewers live for a stream. Well, forget that. I remember the first time it was 50. I'm like, oh my goodness, 50 people live. What in the world is going on here? Now, we routinely get to about 100. Like, that's not an exceptional stream. And that was like a one-time thing when I think the first time was when I had Anthony Rogers on that we got to 100. Anyway, I remember when the channel was tiny. And some people would say it's still tiny. You know, it's all relative. But to me,
I'm sorry, I'm never going
it's
to
growing
be a
further.
person who brings like many thousands of people at once because it is heavy
No,
lifting.
no, no. Your streams are too
So,
intellectual for a lot of people, but the people who do what, so I've told this to other creators, and I'll say it now. Views aren't everything, right? If you get 100 views on something and it changes 10 people's lives, that's like infinitely more valuable than if you get 100,000 views and everyone just had a couple laughs, you know? So it's not all about views. The people who watch Mary, they really, really appreciate the material. And the people who aren't interested in watching a 2-hour college lecture or 3-hour college lecture, they can watch one of my other videos. Nabilb says, I'm happy that our enemies stupids like you both. Thank you for that.
someone here is definitely a stupids,
Yes.
but I wonder who it is.
Yeah, when you try to insult someone and you misspell the word that you're trying to use to insult them,
Oh my goodness,
that
I
really
love
just
it.
reflects back on you.
I love it so much.
Michael K says, "Can I charge interest on a loan to Allah?" I mean, that's the gist, right? That's why you get more back when you give a loan to Allah. They're repaying you with interest, and that, you know, whether it's interest or a contract that's lot in reality equivalent to interest, I don't know. But even if it's interest, it's okay because He's Allah and nothing
Yeah.
is forbidden to
I,
Him.
by the way, I I would turn around whenever someone would call me stupid, and in high school or whatever, I started in middle school. I would just pivot. And I'd go, "Yeah, I'm stupid, like you're thin." Just turn back, or if they were on the larger side, or yeah, yeah, uh, I'm stupid, like you're smart, or something like that, or oh yeah, I'm stupid, just like you're beautiful. And I was, whenever people were being jerks, I was not terribly kind. So it was usually whatever their insecurity was what I was mentioning. So if they have a known insecurity, I'd go right after it.
So Borzoi fan 7x7 says, "Please don't delete any angry jihadi messages." I generally don't, but
Yeah.
often YouTube deletes them themselves. They and it's not like some conspiracy theory or something. They just filter out most negative comments, period, because a lot of creators, not me, and probably not most Christians doing this type of thing, but a lot of creators, just a general content, are really bothered by negative comments that people make, and they get upset, and then they don't want to produce more content. So YouTube makes it hard to get negative comments through, period, on all videos. And that's why a lot of your negative comments on videos about Muslim topics get deleted. It's not because they're protecting Islam per se. They just don't like negativity. All right. So I will never view laundry the same way again. You don't know that reference? Go back a bit. And along the same lines, Cheeky Shaky says all his other clothes were in the wash. That one's, I'm not going to explain that one. You're going to have to rewatch the stream if you want to understand those jokes. But for those who saw it, I'm sure you appreciate those as much as I do. Cargo Chris says, I can't see half the comments. Maybe it's me or maybe it's Sharia Tube. So if you switch to live chat instead of top comments or top chat, whatever, you'll see more. And the same applies to the videos. If you switch from top comments to all comments, you'll see more of them. Some appear only on the live/all section, and they tend to be the more negative ones that you are only there. But also there are keywords that they block. and it varies by person. It's some sort of
Yeah, and it varies
I
by
try to
day.
use the buzzword, but it's not
Yeah,
really. Yeah.
like one day you're like you cannot use whatever random. One day, Islam will get me blocked, but the next day it won't.
Yeah, so I mean, they do have massive problems with spam, and I'm 90% sure that if YouTube could get away with it, they would just get rid of the comment section entirely. But they know they can't because people expect it to be there. But they really don't like the comment section. It uses a bunch of resources, human resources to moderate comments and stuff that doesn't bring them any benefit because there's no ads in the comments. So they rely heavily on automation, which is not perfect, and one would argue is terrible in many cases. But it's not because they hate or because they're protecting Islam. It's because they hate human work, and so they rely on a algorithm to delete comments, and it's not always accurate. That's my opinion. You want to believe that's a conspiracy? Go right ahead. So Cheeky Shaky says Jabbar must have heard it from Parfor's Playhouse. That's where he got his ideas from. Possibility. Breakfast Gun has revealed a new miracle or prophecy of Muhammad. The I have a headache tonight excuse hadn't been invented yet. So the bewitched excuse is the predecessor to that. Muhammad invented it before it was cool or whatever.
And of course, only men can do that. Women would not be allowed to.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Malhid,
if a woman rejects a husband who wants to have sex with her,
that's true. That's true.
even to fasting, of course, in Islam is only during daylight hours. So if you just go, please wait for sunset, honey, then a woman is in defiance, and Allah does not take her her fasting because, of course, her husband's needs within the minute, even if she is on the back of a camel or is cooking dinner, she's supposed to go and let him have his way with her because men cannot be expected to be self-controlled for even the shortest amount of time. So the view of humanity in Islam is extraordinarily telling because men are essentially animals. And Islam is supposed to be true because Allah makes lots and lots of allowances to make it really easy to be Muslim with all of the perversions and lack of self control and all other problems that men have. Allah has made all kinds of accommodations for the sins of men. And that's why Islam is true. That's why you should believe in it. That's why it's an easy way. That's why it's simple. Because there is a portion that rips off, what is it? Is it 28:30, Matthew 28:30, somewhere around there, where Jesus says that my yoke is heavy and my burden is light. Follow me, I'm gentle and lowly, and all of that stuff about how they should follow him. Well, there's part of the Quran that just steals that. And how it's really easy to be Muslim is because Islam allows men to have lots of wives and expects men, if their wives are ugly, that they should marry another wife and that they can get rid of one wife and that the wife should be able to give up all her rights and that women are allowed to be beaten into submission and that if women don't accommodate their men's sexual desires at that moment, that they are in rebellion and they're cursed by Allah and cursed by the angels. And if the men go off to war, they can contract with prostitutes for temporary marriages, and that's totally fine and cool and great and stuff. Allah accommodates men's sin, therefore Islam is true. That is one of the arguments of the Quran and of Muhammad.
So Dr. Whitemeat says we can't all be rich like Mary with her fancy washing machine. Poor Aisha.
This is a callback to someone who was attacking me for talking about washing machines.
So real quick one here, when reading Islamic texts, anyone know what SWT means? So this is Subhanahu wa ta'ala. You hear Muslims say it all the time. It's really hard for me to say it. That's the Arabic. So S SWT, and it basically means that Allah is most glorified or most high. But fun fact, it's optional. The honorific is optional after Allah. It is mandatory after Muhammad.
Yes,
You can
because
see there is a clear difference between the two of them.
if you do not call Muhammad's prayers or Allah's prayers upon Muhammad, because Allah prays for Muhammad, if you don't call Allah's prayers upon Muhammad, then Muhammad will not intercede for you with Allah, and the only people who will be saved will be the people who are interceded for you with Allah. And because supposedly in some of the ahadith, all the different prophets will come with their people. But then later, Muhammad's like, no, those prophets will say that we are not worthy. Unlike Muhammad, who's so great, we are unworthy to go and bring our people in. And I will be the only one to intercede for anyone. And so if you don't call blessings on me, or prayers upon me, Allah's prayers, if you don't call for Allah's prayers, then I will not say that you should be let into Jannah, and Allah will only let into Jannah the people that I say, except for the people that Allah has already determined will be in hellfire, and those people will stay in hellfire.
And it says that laundry is Islamophobic. Indeed, it is. So as we said earlier, Muhammad is not a Muslim, but he plays one well. Muhammad was not impotent. Ask any scholar of Islam, and they will tell you the truth about this. All scholars know the anatomy of Rasulullah. Apologetic says poor Muhammad was too morally corrupt and putrid to know reality from fiction. Either that or he has ED. Tough stuff. Tough stuff indeed. I might feel sorry for him if he wasn't responsible for millions of deaths and billions of souls going to hell.
I am actually grateful that there are no ahadith describing his junk, because there are ahadith describing so many things.
That's true. Snoopy says Muhammad's walls must have smelled awful after all that he put on them. It's a possibility. Although it is dirt, right? So it does actually absorb a good portion of it. It might not actually smell that much. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a dry climate, and it's dirt.
And Sir Dr. Whitemeat says laundry might be Islamophobic, but semen definitely is not. Good to know. Cheeky Shaky says Muhammad hated fat old women. He dressed like one. Oh, goodness.
That's funny. So one thing that I want to make a point of is that, yes, they did consider fatness to be very attractive to a point, but then over that and the wrong kind of fatness is not attractive. So particularly, for example, women's breasts. You're supposed to have like fat folds when you sit because you're chubby and you've got multiple folds when you're sitting, but you're not supposed to have saggy boobs. You're supposed to have super, super perky boobs, as if they are barely beginning to bud. They are budding breasts, new budding breasts. That's what you're supposed to have. So when women who don't have bras are 40 years old, especially if they have been heavy most of their lives, their boobs do not stay high and perky and are rather more belt level. And so that was considered particularly unattractive for the society that glorified the young woman before motherhood more than anything else.
Zoan Apologetic says, hey Muslims, are there any Muslims willing to reject all logic and just double down and accept that Muhammad was an impotent and delusional man? Yes, by definition, right? That's what being a Muslim is to deny reality and just accept whatever you're told, right? And then Carol B says that SWT is just for Allah. Muhammad gets Buba, which is peace be upon him. And it is actually kind of weird, right? Allah almost always gets SWT, which is the Arabic, while Muhammad usually gets BBUH, which is English. if you see ASWS, that's the Arabic equivalent of peace be upon him, and you do see that occasionally, but I don't know, just an oddity.
Yeah, well, they don't like saying that because the actual meaning of the word is that it's
Oh yeah, that's probably why.
prayers be on him, and so they just want to do peace and blessings because they don't want to write out the Arabic and get people curious as to what it literally means.
That is probably actually why. Yeah, good point there, because they're embarrassed that it literally means prayers. Let's see. So Anna Katana says, I had an Abdul call his Allah mentally unstable when I gave him the hadith of 72 horis and an unlimited eggplant in jhana. Yeah, that's actually great, right? I mean, you kind of said this as like laughing at them, but that's actually great. Like if they see the sources and they say that sounds like a ridiculous, distorted picture of God, you say absolutely. That's why you shouldn't be a Muslim, right? Then excellent opportunity for you to follow up and say, I agree. I agree. This would make Allah crazy, but that doesn't make the source false. That makes Islam false. Mark Fish says, why would they allow this embarrassing information out? There's so much of it. They tried. They tried to keep it a secret. They tried not to let it out. But, they can't keep it bottled up forever. It exists. People leave Islam and know Arabic, or they were never in Islam and they know Arabic. They can read the sources. Translations are going to get out. Fun fact, the push behind propagating English and other language Qurans in the 80s and 90s, organized by the Saudi government. They're like, it worked for the Bible. They translate it into other languages and they get converts. Let's push it out to everyone. And then people read it in the language that they understood. They're like, this is a pile of crap. What do you mean this is the most beautiful text I've ever seen in my life? Which is why there's such a strong push for Muslims today to say you can only understand it in Arabic.
I love the fact. So one of the first people who made comments on it was Lady Mary Wortley Montague. I've talked about her before, and she talked to somebody Pasha. She liked Islam because it let you cheat on your husband really easily, and that's all the women did. They ran around, ate. She didn't like the emphasis on like just having lots of kids to the point that you would wean them early to have more kids, and then a lot of them would die, and she thought that was kind of disgusting and revolting that you would just like constantly try to like give birth to as many kids as you could, regardless of whether or not you would take care of the kids to the point that they don't die. But one thing that she liked was the ridiculous levels of cheating on your husband and how easy that was. And she was also open to the idea of, whatever people told her, she'd often accept it at face value. And one of the things that happened is that she talked to somebody Pasha, another one of the nobles, and he said, "Oh, the Quran is so beautiful and wonderful and sublime." And she said, and in her own letter, she's like, "Well, it must be that it was mistranslated, mishandled because of this idiotic, ridiculous thing that we have." Well, I know there was only one translation of the Quran into English at that time. It was perfectly accurate into the language of the day. It was completely accurate. It is that stupid and idiotic. So her honest opinion of Islam, of the Islamic scripture, was that it was moronic, stupid, and idiotic. And she could not believe that anyone would ever call this sublime, beautiful, whatever, in any language, no matter how poetic, because it's so stupid. And so she was like, "Oh, they must have like totally butchered it." It's like, no, it's a fine translation. There's, if anything, it underplays the stuff because it's heavily influenced by asking Muslims what these things mean. It's not nearly as honest as folks like Arbery because they didn't have that level of resources at that time. So it's a hysterically funny one. And so, yes, Snoopy, it is. She talked about how the fact is that because all the women wrapped up, you could walk by your own husband on your trip to your boy toy that you're going to have sex with, and your own husband would never know. and that all the women would do this. And it was so easy to cheat on your husband this way. And you could use your maids and your eunuchs as folks to go between you, and you could look out of your window or do peek at various places and find a hot guy and be like, I want to bang that one. And your husband would never know that you're cheating on him because you're visiting your female friend. That's all I'm doing. I'm visiting my parents. I'm visiting whatever woman. And then the man that you're having sex with would still have no idea who you are because he'd never seen you without a veil on, has no idea whose wife you are. So you were completely free to have sex with as many people as you wanted and whoever you wanted, because the men would turn down almost no one. And so you would carry on these torrid affairs, and then when you got bored with someone, you'd throw them out and pick another one. And that is how the elite women of the Ottoman Empire lived. That was their normal, typical life of the elites. And she thought it was quite excellent because, you know, she had no faith herself, and so she wasn't like a good Christian woman. She liked the idea of having a religion that has built into it this level of rampant cheating. And of course, this is not actually accidental, because a lot of things about faithfulness, etc., is all about appearances and not reality. It doesn't matter what you're actually doing. What matters is that you appear in a certain way, that you know, just like you can lie to a husband at any point, or excuse me, you can lie to your wife at any point to make her happy. You can just like keep husbands from knowing things.
All right, so we are about to wrap up. I only have a few more comments, but Zaid did join. So do you have anything to say on this topic, Zaid?
Yeah, I like to say, Mary, was Prophet Muhammad potent? He could not perform the sex.
He was not able to perform sex after sometime after March of 629. He could not perform sex for a period of at least 6 months. But
What is that?
before then, that I showed the sources, it was when he said he was bewitched, and so he thought he was having sex when he wasn't. And then before then, he was able to have sex, but he couldn't have any kids because he was infertile.
No, but he did have kids, you know.
No, the kids that were from Khadijah, hang on, those were not his kids. Those were probably Abu Talib's, because they had a tradition of a kind of arrangement where they would have another man have intercourse with your wife and give you heirs that way in the time of Jahiliyyah. And Muhammad was a good pagan like everyone else and did the things in Jahiliyyah. So probably after a year and a half or so of marriage without any pregnancies, he got her to do this arrangement to get children, even though it seemed like he wasn't going to be able to have any. Now, you would have to explain to me why he couldn't have any children with Aisha after she was 14, with Sauda, who was probably about 35 when he first married her, with Hafsa, who was about 19, with Safiya, who was, I don't know, 16 or something, with Maymuna, who was young, with Juwariya, who was young. You can make an excuse for Habiba because she was not terribly young by that point. Salama had a bunch of kids, and she still wasn't that old. She had a bunch of kids by her first husband, and yet she didn't have any kids by him. So there were fertile women, there were young women. Why couldn't he have any kids with any of them? Why only with Khadijah, and then later there was a child that everyone thought was not his with Mary the Copt?
But this is well known. He has one son. He died later on. You know
with
that?
Mary the Copt. But the thing is, everyone said it wasn't his, and he didn't think it was. He sent Ali out to kill the man that Mary the Copt was sleeping with. That everyone said was was actually the father of the boy.
Yeah, so we went through all this stuff in some detail to avoid Mary having to rehash all of her arguments. I would ask you to watch the video back, and then if you want to respond to it, we can schedule a time for it here. But Cargo Crew makes a very good point. He says, of all things, Saeed, your only objection is that Muhammad was impotent. You know, all the perverse sexual things that we described, and this is what you're focusing on. A medical problem that isn't even really a criticism of it is what you find objectionable, but not any of the things that are either disgusting or morally vile.
No. When you say he was impotent, then all your objection is really wrong. You know
that isn't our objection, though.
So
right?
That's what your claim is. He was impotent.
That is a claim. That is a factual claim, but that isn't a criticism. There's a difference between a factual claim and a criticism. Not every factual claim is a criticism. It's indirectly a criticism in that the Islamic sources put lies about it in there, and Muhammad himself repeated lies about it. But it's being impotent in and of itself is not a criticism. It's a medical problem, and I wouldn't make fun of someone for that.
If he weren't such a dirtbag, I'd feel sorry for him. But he's a massive dirtbag, so I don't feel sorry for him.
You know, sometimes you people claim Prophet Muhammad never existed, like Robert Santana.
We don't claim that.
Did I ever claim that Prophet Muhammad never existed?
Robert Spencer.
Am I Robert Spencer? So
yeah, he wrote a book.
Should I attribute to you personally everything that any Muslim has ever said and make you defend it? If not, then don't make me defend what Robert Spencer says. I don't agree with him. I think Muhammad existed. I think he was a real person.
He
just make money, making people fool and make money.
Absolutely not. Robert Spencer believes what he says more than you do, Saeed. Saeed, you know that you are lying a lot of times, but you want to believe in fairy stories and pretend things that you make up. So you try to trick yourself into believing really stupid things. So you're lying to yourself. I don't think that Robert Spencer is even lying to himself, much less to anyone else.
First book he wrote, Prophet Muhammad was a very evil man. The second book he wrote, he never existed.
He changed his opinion based on evaluating evidence. I disagree with his opinion, but just because he has an opinion that I disagree with doesn't mean he's lying. People can look at the same data and come to different conclusions.
And also, Muhammad, of the sources, was a very evil man. Muhammad, in the sources, was a very evil man. In fact, I think he is so incredibly evil and so obviously evil that no one would make up such an evil man to be their prophet. I think that that's one of the reasons that it's true. Now, he believes that they would make up an evil man to be their prophet because they also want to be evil like the evil man that they made up. That would not change that even if he's fiction, he could still be evil. Is Emperor Palpatine in Star Wars evil? Have you seen Star Wars?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Have you seen the Emperor?
Yeah.
Is he evil?
He's evil.
Yeah, but is
he real?
No.
Okay, so
you can be both. So you can be both evil and fictional.
You can have someone who is both evil and fictional, evil and not real.
No, Prophet Muhammad exists or he does not exist. He can be both. He exists, he is evil, and he does not exist. That's
Saeed. Mary, don't go any further down this tangent. This stream is not about the existence of Muhammad. It is not about Robert Spencer. Okay? As Snoopy said, why did you bring Robert Spencer up? This has absolutely nothing to do with anything. You want to have a different discussion a different day on whether Muhammad exists? Fine. But what we're discussing today is But Mary and my conclusion about the history of your supposed prophet is based on the Islamic sources. We don't think that Muhammad was a fictional character. Robert Spencer does. He has his reasons. I disagree with those reasons, but that doesn't make him a liar. And even if he was a liar and a charlatan and the worst person in the world, it would still have nothing to do with this stream. Robert Spencer has absolutely nothing to do with anything we said today. I don't want to discuss him any further. End of story.
Okay. So he was the Prophet Muhammad was a impotent, and he also rapious.
Hang on, try again. What did I say about him being impotent? When did I say he
No,
was impotent?
your title said he
No,
was a
Zaid, stop.
no.
Stop. When did I say that he was impotent and was unable to put his penis into someone? When did
No,
that happen?
this,
After when?
your tag says he
try
was
again.
impotent.
When did I say
Yes,
that he was
it
impotent?
doesn't say he was impotent from the day he was born to the day he died, right? If I say someone is a murderer, does that mean that they continuously murdered people every day of their life? Or does it mean that they at some point murdered someone? So when I say Muhammad was impotent, that means I'm claiming at some point he was impotent.
Yeah, but when he got older or he was young?
He was older. I said, what did I just say? Were you listening to me when I told you
Clearly
when?
he wasn't.
I told you a month. It had to happen after a particular
How
month
can
in a year.
how
Saeed,
can be someone in
Saeed,
1 month
Saeed.
impotent?
Because that's what happens. It's erectile dysfunction. It happens to virtually all men if they live long enough. Will eventually have
Impotent for
erectile
1
dysfunction.
month?
So Saeed,
No, she gave you the month where it started.
what month and year did I just tell you? Speaking very slowly, like I'm speaking to a small child, I gave you a month and a year, after which, for a period of at least 6 months, he was impotent. When was that?
So you believe in witchcraft? You can make someone impotent?
Absolutely not. I believe that he was sick and he lied.
At all.
So that's not what I said. So try again. When was he impotent?
All right. So, Saeed, I want you to listen carefully. Mary, I want you to repeat your claims, and then we'll see if Saeed can listen, even with this advance warning, right? If he'll listen enough to be able to repeat your claims. All right, Mary, please explain yourself again.
Saeed, at some point after March of 629, Muhammad, for a period of at least 6 months, suffered from total impotence and was not having sex with his wives, but thought that he was. During that time, he was actually impotent. Whether or not he ever regained function, I don't know. He obviously thought that he was capable of fathering Mary the Copt's son, but he also thought that women could be pregnant for 4 years. And he was having sex with Mary the Copt between the time that she arrived in like late 628 and March of 629. At some time in there, he was having sex with her on Hafsa's bed. So he obviously thought that she could be pregnant for years and years and thought that that child was his. But the fact that the child was not born until 631, and he suffered complete impotence for a while in 629, suggests even more that that was not his actual son. What I said about his other children is that they were, in fact, not his, but were Abu Talib's.
His uncle?
Surrogacy.
His uncle?
Yes, his uncle was the surrogate father.
Which hadith tell you this?
I gave all my reasons at the beginning. You can rewatch.
So it's not time to ask question, right? It's not time to ask question. First, you got to repeat what Mary claimed so that we can see that you actually understand.
No, I want to know the
hadith.
I want to know the hadith number.
You can ask questions after you demonstrate you were listening. Okay. So repeat back what Mary's claim is. Is she claiming that Muhammad was always impotent?
No, it doesn't make sense. He was a, for
I
6 months
want you to repeat.
important.
I don't care if it makes sense or
But
not. You can
it's not.
dispute it after you prove you listened. You have to prove
It's
you
not a
listened
medical.
first. You
This
have to
is
prove you listened before you dispute the conclusion. You have to repeat the, you can, and if you don't want those words in your mouth, right, you can preface it by saying, Mary said, ... Okay? So Mary
yeah,
said,
yeah. Mary says 6 months he was important, but
Why did
medically
Mary
it's
say,
not
hang on,
possible.
so the all of the ahadith about it are made up. They're lies. Didn't happen. Really, he was running around having sex with 11 women in one night. That's, or 9 women in one night. That to you is possible. Him
No, 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 no,
getting
no, no.
erectile dysfunction was not.
Those are not possible. That's just a hadith. Okay, no one can sleep with 9 women in one night. Okay, this is medically impossible. So I
Yes,
don't
I
believe.
agree. But do you know what is it medically possible for someone to be impotent whenever they are particularly sick and then feel a little bit better and not have quite the same erectile dysfunction problems? Is that possible medically?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
If you
Why are you
if
lying?
you are become
he
important,
probably actually doesn't
you,
know, right? He
you
probably doesn't actually know the medicine. But if you don't actually know, don't make claims about it, okay?
no. If you
So
become
everything that
important,
Mary has said is medically accurate. It's possible for a man to be potent in his youth, have a period of time where he's impotent, and then regain potency. That is medically possible. That makes perfect sense. It's not an outrageous claim at all, right? This is something that happens to many men. Some would suggest it happens to most men at some point in their life. I don't have the exact statistics, right? So I don't want to make that claim
look,
about whether it's
it's
more than
possible.
50% or not, but it's not uncommon, right? It's not
Look,
uncommon for men to be impotent for a period
no,
of
no,
time.
terrorists. It's possible people may lose the sex, but they will can regain. But you saying important is that's not possible. Okay.
Wait, what?
What?
No, no, no. People can lose interest in sex for a while, for some reason.
You're saying it's just mental, that they
Yeah,
mentally don't
yeah,
desire sex, but they
yeah,
could
yeah, yeah. That's
physically
possible.
get it up, is what you're saying,
Uh,
which is
th-
not medically accurate.
yeah.
That's
That is
not a
not
scientific
true.
skill.
Saeed, that's not true. If you
No,
have
no,
severe depression, for example, you can be completely impotent and be unable to have sex while you are having severe
but you,
depression. If
no,
you
but
are
you
very
cannot call
sick with
it as
various
the
things.
important. You cannot call technically important. Okay.
Yes, it's called impotence. It's
No,
called
no, no.
impotence. So you're just wanting
That's
me to say
you.
temporary erectile dysfunction instead of the word impotent.
No, you just don't feel having sex. Okay. You
No,
lost
Saeed,
interest.
that's not true. That is like literally not true. I'm sorry that you don't know about male sexuality, but that's like literally not true. That you just lose interest. No, you can like be incapable of having intercourse for a time for any variety of reasons. If you're particularly drunk, very many men can have uh, temporary impotence.
Yeah.
I
So many
shouldn't
things
really
that can
have to
happen.
do this, but I'm going to go ahead and share a medical source on this, and then we're going to lay this to bed, okay?
Yep.
So I just went with the first result on Google, not always the wisest thing to do, but I also can't, research this in depth while I'm on the live stream. I do know that HIMS is a reliable medical source. It's not like just some random person's blog. And here's what they write in their summary of their article on erectile dysfunction. ED has many, many causes. They include everything from stress and performance anxiety to diabetes and alcohol. Temporary ED is usually caused by an unhealthy lifestyle. Temporary ED caused by things like diabetes, alcohol, anxiety, stress. Diabetes may or may not be reversible. All those others certainly are, right? All those others are temporary situations. Temporary ED is reversible. We can't tell you how long your temporary ED will last, but say that in most cases it's irreversible. So it is medically possible to be impotent for a period of time and then regain potency. All right.
I have a question for the chat. Is there anything in the world that Saeed knows more about than, than I do? I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but for heaven's sake, Saeed, come on. Kangaroo, I just have issues with researching completely random and unrelated things.
Yeah, Mary is an expert on every topic known to man, okay?
David, I said something to David because one of my favorite arguments about the people saying, oh, you have to breed them when they're young. Yes, there are medical things that you could specifically say, but one of the fastest ways to shut people down is that farmers care more about their pigs than Allah does about women, because farmers will keep pigs from breeding during their first receptive cycle, specifically to keep the bad effects from happening to these two young pigs who are capable of pregnancy but will have bad effects and it will harm the pigs. They care more about the welfare of these food animals than Allah does about women. And he's just like, why do you know about pigs? I'm like, yeah, you don't want to know depths of confined feeding operations and
What was
pig
that?
breeding, and like I just decided to do a 4-day deep dive, and for a while I was getting all kinds of recommendations about my pig farm and all of my ads. My ads are often very wacky. So
Mary made a comment to me the other day. She's like, when you're not fluent in a language, it's annoying because you can only read like 300 words a minute. I'm like, you do realize that most people can't read 300 words a minute in their normal first language, Mary? So Mary is incredibly gifted in every possible way and reads a ton. So she knows so much stuff. It's unbelievable. I used to think I was smart, then I met Mary.
but there are entire realms that I know absolutely nothing about. So if it makes
Well,
you
yeah.
feel
I
better,
mean, you don't
when I was
literally know
when I was in
everything,
college, people were like
obviously.
celebrating the Stanley Cup, and I'm like, what sport is that? And they all got so mad at me. I just do not care about sports. Most sports, team sports. Let's put it that way. Team sports. I know nothing about team sports. Do not care about them. Yeah, I know touchdowns football and field goal football and things like that. That's like the extent of my knowledge. Don't care to learn anymore. So there are things that I am utterly ignorant of. Yes, it's true that it goes for practically every animal that is bred. You do not breed them very young, but I like to use pigs because of the Islamic view of pigs. So that's why I particularly use pigs.
Jabbar Ahmed left for a while, but he just came back, and he said that Zakir Naik has answered this question, which appears to be about having 11 wives. Maybe you watch this video and comment on it. It will make more sense. Yeah, so Jabbar, you seem like a cool guy. I like you. You already emailed me, so I'll be in touch. But if you want to come on, we can have we can watch through a Zakir Naik video, this one or any other that you think is great, or an Uthman video, since you previously said you were a fan of his. And we can just kind of go through it and comment on it and break it down and think about it logically and clearly. A lot of times people will make a video, they'll make an argument in general, not necessarily in video format, maybe in person or in a written argument, and it sounds really good as long as they're the only one talking. And then someone else starts to point out problems in the argument, and suddenly the argument doesn't seem so good anymore. So I would be happy to do that, right? I'd be happy to. Here's what I'll say. I do not believe that there is any remotely credible argument for the truth of Islam. I have been asking most every Muslim I meet for the last 7-ish years since I started studying Islam, certainly the last 5 years where I had a YouTube channel. What is your best evidence that Islam is true? And the only things that people ever bring me are sound bites that aren't true. Like they're not even close to being true when you look into them. And in many cases, they wouldn't even matter if they were true. Like The Quran has been perfectly preserved right down to the letter. So what? It's false. It's demonstrably false. 2 minutes of research will show that it's false. But if it was true, it wouldn't make Islam true. It would just mean that, congratulations, you have the original text of the Quran. We do have the original text of some, not very many, 0.0001% of everything ever written, but of some random things from ancient times. We have the original manuscript of, like, say, personal letters written from one person to another that no one copied, because it's just a random letter that has no meaning or no long-term value. We have them. It doesn't make them true. It just means we have the original text.
One of the most interesting things I think about that particular argument is that it is an argument that is used. Perfect oral preservation is an argument that is, you cannot fact check it whatsoever. And it's also an argument that is used by Hindus and Zoroastrians about their religious poetry. And it is clearly untrue about anything that is passed through mainly oral tradition. Again, Stephen Shoemaker, he's mistaken about a lot of things about the Quran. It was not like invented, or it was not either invented or like actually consolidated in anything like the form it is now at the time of Al-Hajjaj. The Sunni canonization of the Quran had happened quite a bit before then, and its general form had already happened. But he brings in some research that I wasn't aware of all the research that's been done on oral traditions, that they are not static, that they are not fixed. However, that all of these cultures that are oral for their culturally and religiously significant works have a belief in the perfect preservation of things orally. But it is literally untrue. It's not preserved. It's not, but they'll say it is. It's like the same person who can recite, tell me the epic ballad of so-and-so. And so they recite the epic ballad of so-and-so, and it takes them 25 minutes. And then you come to them 5 years later as a researcher, and you're like, tell me the epic battle of so-and-so. And they recite the epic battle of so-and-so, and it takes 8 minutes. They're not speaking faster. It's just that much shorter and that much changed. They will say that A and B are identical to one another, and all their listeners will agree. And so this oral preservation emphasis and belief is something that was probably imported through Persia and through these overtly pagan areas into Islam. So this is yet another evidence of this pagan thought process that came into Islam. It's true and noble and wonderful because it's perfectly preserved. And that's what, the role of the memorizer, of the poet in society, his high elevated status is something that exists in these societies outside of what we would consider to be actual reality and facts. So it's an important point.
All right, so let me just run through some of these other comments quickly, and then we'll wrap up. Jabbar said, "You very biased, brother." So funny thing about bias, the person who thinks that they're unbiased is probably the most biased in my experience, and it kind of makes sense because every human being has bias. Some people acknowledge their bias and try to be as honest as possible, and they do a decent job of it. Other people think that they have zero bias whatsoever and just look at everyone else and say, you're biased, you're biased, you're biased, you're biased, you disagree with me, you must be biased. I throw out all sources that disagree with me, blah, blah, blah. Extreme bias, right? So Jabbar, don't take this as being like insulting, because I really do like you. I really do want to have a talk with you. But if you think that Zakir Naik is like some kind of genius and is making great arguments, I'm sorry, but Zakir Naik is terrible. And most Muslims don't really like him anymore. Like, who are really into this. If you look at the views on his videos, they're like so tiny compared to people like Ali Dawa or Muhammad Ijab or Uthman ibn Farouk, or even Yasser Qadi probably gets more views. Yasser Qadi, who's basically a heretic, gets more views than Zakir Naik, because Zakir Naik's arguments are not very good. They're frankly, they're terrible, right? He's just a trained monkey who can say stuff, memorized facts in many cases, not even true things, really fast, and that impressed people for a while. But he's incapable of making a coherent argument. I could make better arguments for Islam than Zakir Naik does, and I think Islam's false. Okay, so if you think he's a great scholar, you definitely have a lot of bias going on. All right, let me run through these. So, Unapologetic Apologetic says, Habibis Habuba. I'm going to leave that without comment. He also said, Muhammad's penis. Oh, wait, I read that one earlier. Yep. So, Devon Phoenix said, after the internet was Pandora's box, right? They couldn't keep these sources a secret anymore. And they probably would like to. They'd probably like to stuff a lot of these sources back in, delete them from the internet so that no one could use them to criticize Islam, but they really can't do it. It's Pandora's box. Once it's open, can't go back. And there was another comment that I wanted to take at the same time. I'm not seeing it exactly, but it said, have all the sources been translated in English? No, not remotely. That there is, apparently I didn't save it, but that was the gist of it. The Sahih collection, the 5 Sahihs are translated, but that's only a fraction of all hadith. Some of them, there are obscure English translations that are really hard to find. Others are Arabic only. And there are also hadith that are Urdu only, that there isn't really even an Arabic version. That's only available in Urdu. So, no, not remotely all translated, but little by little, more and more is being translated. Aisha Bewley is awesome. She's translating a lot of this crap for us into English. She's working on.
So much of it, I don't think they want to be translated, because like all of the sources that talk about how, the Christians, absolutely, there are some very large group of Christians somewhere who totally believe that Mary is part of the Trinity. Like if they happen to be in Egypt, they'll be like, yeah, those Christians over in Syria believe that Mary's part of the Trinity, so this is fine that the Quran says that Christians believe this. Or if they're like in Syria, they'll be like, the people in Egypt believe this. Like seriously, it's amazing.
Yeah. To finish my point, Aisha Bewley is currently working on which of the commentaries is it?
I've forgotten. Oh, isn't she doing Al-Tabari? Isn't she doing that one? I thought. Can't remember.
Yeah, I forget. So Ibn Kathir, of course, is in English, and everyone uses that. But it's only one of the 4 important tafsir in Islam, and there's lots of other tafsirs that are translated into English that are totally unimportant and no one cares about in the Islamic world for whatever reason. But Al-Tabari and Al-Qurtubi are not translated, and I just double checked it. It's Qurtubi that she is working on translating. Super valuable resource. It will cost you a fortune to buy all the volumes, but at the same time, I mean, it's just like so infinitely valuable, because this is considered almost as authoritative as the hadith and such in Islam are the 4 tafsir, and they're completely hidden from us. Like, I don't know if it's Qurtubi or Tabari, but they go into great detail about, to use an example from earlier today, Iblis and his thighs and the eggs that he lays as a result.
It should be that has Iblis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And It has a hadith chain in there. It's not just like something that he says. And it's way, I mean, if we're talking about historical reality, the Kurtubi and Al-Tabari, they are repeating all kinds of information. They're not doing the stupid hadith science, which it comes later. So historically speaking, it's probably a better indication of what early Muslims believed than the five sahihs. So, all right. Salman Pat says, part of me feels so bad making fun, but it is written. How do I take this seriously? It's tough. I mean, some things are just so crazy you want to laugh, but also there are real human souls on the line here, and this is serious business. So I feel you. I feel you. Super chat from Jack Ray.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
You get so excited when talking about how to donate to him. Very, very interesting. So Jack Ray says 1 prophet plus 1 prophet equals, and apparently the answer is Zakharnek. So there you go. We were speaking of the devil, and there he is. Thank you for that. John Scott says, let me try cough. Everything you said, so they're trying to be a Muslim refuting us, right? Everything you said was a lie, Mary. Everyone knows Islam is true and Prophet Muhammad is the best. May Allah curse you and us. Mabahala, perhaps. I think that's pretty good. I think you did well.
Yeah.
And that's no critiques. That's perfect. Rachel has a question for us. Are there any outside sources that confirm anything about Muhammad or anything from that time period? Or is Islam the only source of his life? I don't know. Is just pondering on that. So there are certainly sources that confirm the conquest, that talk about Muhammad as a military leader. As far as details of his personal life, of course, that's only going to be found in biographies, and no one that's not a Muslim is going to be writing a biography of Muhammad. But you get the basic outline from non-Islamic sources, I would say. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Yeah, you get stories about, you get a very early source about the general timeline of Islam that was probably written, it was from the 7th century. A bishop, I think it was a bishop, was making like his total timeline of all important events that had happened in the last, it was basically a history of the world, and he's updating it, and bringing it to the present day. And he got one thing slightly wrong, but other than that, the timeline matches up perfectly. People make a big deal out of terminology being used by people from the outside, where people are interpreting what they are saying or reporting on what they're saying, how they don't feel like it describes Islam of that era, how they feel it ought to be, or they falsely put a lot of emphasis on the word that is used for the people who are with him. For example, the Taye are a common word like Saracen that was used not to mean the particular tribe of Taye, but rather for all Arabs. It was a shorthand for all Arabs. So they would be like me going, "Oh, you say this is about Yemen, but it says India. So it cannot be about Yemen because India is over here and Yemen is over here." Well, guess what? The people in the 5th century or 6th century started calling what they used to call Arabia Felix, they started calling them instead India. You don't like it, deal with it. That was a normal term of the era. It's not that they're talking about what we call India. You have to use the terminology in the way that they meant it. So they even, like, one guy even glossed it, and he came with the taye, which is what we call Arabs. They're like, no, it doesn't mean just Arabs. It means this particular tribe and only this tribe. So that means that he's from this tribe and things like that. Like, you can't play games with historical sources like that. You have to understand how historical reporting works, what people are reporting on, what they're hearing, because they're reporting rumors a lot of times, and why that would be true. Muhammad having the keys to the unseen is actually a big theological point in Islam. It just wasn't after the the 7th century. It wasn't a point, but that doesn't mean it's un-Islamic. Like, you have to understand what Islam was like then, and that it was still Islam, even if it does not resemble Islam in the 19th century or the early 20th century. Many people are trying to compare early Islam to this fantastical early 20th century Islam that has lots of embroidery added to the sources, and are saying that it doesn't match what people believed in the late 19th century, early 20th century. It's like, yeah, of course it doesn't. But if you go back to the actual Islamic sources, it all coheres. There are pieces that don't fit. There are made up pieces. There are mistakes. There's embroidery, but it all coheres and presents a singular picture of a man whose life flowed in a particular way and where he was from and everything else. So it all really holds together. And it's only whenever you demand a kind of precision that's never existed ever in historical sources. And I really think that this comes from people who don't read historical stuff. They don't read Herodotus talking about the Persians and understand how people, they don't read Thucydides. They don't read Caesar's Gallic Wars, or else you wouldn't make these kinds of criticisms. You just wouldn't. And it just, like, not to be harsh, but you have to be rooted in what historical reportage is like before you can say there is a discrepancy here. You can't decide that it should already decide what they should have been saying and what they should view and what they should think, and say if it doesn't match what I think, then it's wrong. You have to go back to the other sources from near the time period, see what they actually describe. That's why I'm going to describe Mecca next week. I'm going to describe what did the sources say about what Mecca was like. Because you get these people going off about, oh, it was a great city. It was the mother of cities. It does not say it was the mother of cities. It says it was the mother of settlements because it was the first, not because it was the biggest. And they aren't meaning to, but what they're doing is just assembling rows of straw men and knocking them down and going, ha. It's like, no, people need to know what the Islamic sources actually say about early Islam, because that is incredibly damning. I mean, just think about what I went through last period on the times that we had of all the other monotheists for the last 2 weeks that I've been doing.
So yeah, I would say that I maybe not like every precise detail. I don't want you to misread me, but I agree with what Mary is definitely saying there. We have this problem in biblical scholarship where you have people who have no background in history reading the Gospels, reading the Old Testament, the historical books of the Old Testament, and then coming to these ridiculous conclusions about how they're not reliable and blah, 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 based on a total misunderstanding of how history is actually done, while you have classicists, the term usually used for historians working in the same time period, who view these same sources as good sources. That doesn't mean that they think it's inspired by God. It doesn't mean that they think that every last word is true, but they think that it's at least as on the same level as other historical sources, and they treat it accordingly. And then you got these morons, maybe not the correct term, but I'm going to use it anyway, these morons doing biblical studies who have no clue how history works, and then draw outrageous conclusions from the biblical text that no historian would ever agree with. And again, I like Jay Smith. I think he's a great guy. I think he has a huge heart for the gospel. I have no problem with Robert Spencer. I respect the work he does. Both of them are doing the same thing. I'm sorry, but they're doing the same thing. They have no clue how how history is actually done, and they're using small discrepancies that to a historian would provide affirmative for the historicity of the sources and saying we got to throw these sources out completely. We have no clue what happened. Therefore, Muhammad didn't exist. I'm sorry, but that's the reality of the situation. And if you want to yell at me for saying that, go ahead and yell at me. But I want to be honest, and that's how I view their claims about history. Anyway, some of their other work is great, but their claims about history are way off base. As servant says, I pray those who do not know Christ in this chat will have their eyes open to the truth, the Bible, Jesus is Lord. Amen. Amen and amen. And I encourage people to use this material and have conversations with Muslims and help open their eyes. Crockaloo said that he probably thought it smelled like nice musk in reference to the semen on Muhammad's walls. Could be. Nanny Gaddy says, it's beautiful to see an elderly couple still in love. I've been married to my husband for almost 16 years now, and we're still in love with each other even more so today. Marriage is a gift from God. Amen. Right? Amen. And the Islamic view of marriage is an absolute freaking joke compared to the biblical picture of what a marriage is. It does not even deserve to be described by the same term. Islamic marriage is a contract that makes sex halal. That's it. It has no other meaning beyond that. Zane says that this is the best proof of Islam.
This is the best advertisement for Islam that's ever existed in the world.
Indeed, this was an amazing proof of Islam. Can't wait to see what just amazing man Muhammad is. Houston wants to know where all the Muslim challengers vanished to. He did say that before Saeed came up. So we did, in the end, have one Muslim challenger come up, which is great. We had a lot of Muslims in the chat today. I didn't count them, but somewhere between 6 and 10 Muslims in the chat today. None of them were willing to defend their prophet, sadly. Saeed wasn't in the chat, but he came in late and tried his best. We already did that. Do you know how many cats do you have? I have 6 cats. There it is. There is the comment about the hadiths being translated. And Nanny Gaddy also said, in addition to her comment about marriage, Islamic heaven is just constant sex as the pinnacle of life for Muhammad. Anyone who's come out of a lifestyle like that knows how empty it is. Very true. And this isn't just Muhammad, right? This is our contemporary culture as well. How sad is it, right? I mean, in comparison to the actual picture of heaven, a relationship with a God who is love by nature, incomprehensible state of being where you're in constant, intimate relation with him. To think that paradise is getting to have sex a lot. Newsflash, Muslims. If that's what you want, right? If you want to have sex with as many women as you want, you can have that now. It's really not that hard to obtain, and it's not remotely desirable in reality. People will pursue this lifestyle for a little while. They may even celebrate it, think it's the greatest thing. But in the end, what most human beings really desire is that intimate one-on-one marital relationship. And how much more so if we can. Our options are you can have sex with women in heaven, or you can have a relationship with God. Want the relationship. And if you think that's lame, then I feel sorry for you. Because I've had Muslims tell me your picture of heaven's lame. I'm like,
well, here's the thing.
I just feel sorry for you.
What were we created for? To expand the community that God had within himself, which makes no sense at all. You have to have subject and object for God to have love intrinsically. And our God has subject and object as well as being perfectly ontologically unified in one, not ontologically composite only in personhood. So we have the distinctions for there to be love and community, which is expanded through creation. Our role is a particular role in which we are the image bearers of God. Thus, we are, in our own way, to a much lesser extent, creative and creators and workers. So we were to work the garden and expand things that God does. So we are not to be lazing around on pillows having sex or waiting to be had sex with and stuffing our faces for eternity. Rather, for eternity, we will rule and we will work. We are the workmanship of God and his fellow workers. So we will be more than kings for eternity and also creative. So our role forever. Imagine the most interesting thing that you have ever made, or the most interesting thing that you have ever done, whatever thing that you have done and you've made and you've been proud of and satisfied with, and you found just enormous satisfaction in that, and multiply it times 1,000, and then have with it perfect community with God and a position where you are the link between creation and creator, because that's what we were created for. Link between creation and creator. And that is what our heaven is like. It is not just merely what a child would think of the most self-indulgent thing, nor is it, oh, we're going to be singing in a choir forever kind of thing, right? Although, of course, when you have joy, you often do sing. But it is that we were created to work. That's why this whole, we'll sit up there and strum harp seems boring, because we were created to be the image bearers, to be creative, to be workers. And that's what we will be. But Islam has no idea what we are made for. We're made to be tested and then to get something or not get something, because Allah needs to forgive sins, basically. So it's so pitiful compared to what we get.
Indeed. I mean, having sex constantly isn't even the most desirable thing on earth. And you think that's what heaven is, right? I mean, it's pathetic. I'm sorry, it's just pathetic. All right, almost done. Just got like 6 more comments here from Zain. First time in memory, Arabs in positions of power now openly questioning Islam. And I think that, I mean, any of us could die at any time. But I think if we live another 2 decades, we're going to see a revolution in the Islamic world, a secular revolution, where people are still nominally Muslim, probably. I mean, I'm not going to be ridiculous and say that Islam is going to disappear, but I think that you're going to see societies where most people are nominally Muslim and very few are religiously Muslim, just like you see in, say, Europe, that most people are nominally Christian, but very few people are religiously Christian. I think that's what you're going to see in the Islamic world in the near future. Cargo Crew says, Mary, you think they could have lifted this doctrine from observing certain animal societies like a pack of wolves or something? I think he was referring to polygamy, but I'm not certain.
Well, he's referring to the polygamy and cheating in the face, and the whether or not you're honest on the,
yeah,
actual honesty doesn't matter. It's what you get in any non-Christian culture, in frank truth, because at some level, they're all honor shame cultures. So it's all the appearance of a thing rather than its actuality. So
Hankaroo says the cat is fully focused on Mary's talk. The cats do seem to enjoy it. It's you guys wouldn't probably believe it, but it's actually quite crazy how much time the cats are here while we're having these streams. It's probably because they hear me talking. I mean, that's probably the reality of it. But they actually don't hang out with me like 80% of the time normally like they do on the streams. So there you go. Super chat from Cargo Crew.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
There's a little super sticker, but maybe that's what he's doing here, right? He's right in the wings of Gabriel, this little guy flying. Thank you very much for that donation. His servant says, I'm glad you guys are educating people about what Islam is really all about. More people need to know this. It's not the religion of peace. Definitely, right? People need to know, especially Muslims. Like, yes, there's a cultural issue. There's a bodily threat posed by Islam. But Muslims need this information even more than we do, because as far as critical of Islam as we are, as much as I hate, yes, I always say hate Islam with a passion. I also love Muslims. 99% plus of Muslims are victims. You do find some people who love the disgusting doctrines and fully embrace them. But by and large, most Muslims don't know this stuff. Or if they know it, they have convinced themselves, like Zaid, that it's not really true, that a prophet wouldn't actually do these things, so it's not true. I can deny it. And you're a victim. You're a victim of this horrible, evil cult that's keeping you from the true God. And I feel for you. I love you, and that's why I do this. As Houston says, fake hadith about George Washington and the cherry tree does not mean that George never existed. Absolutely. Fake hadith about Muhammad doesn't prove he never existed. Sources being 200 years compiled, not really originally authored, but compiled 200 years after he died doesn't make them false any more than, say, let's just go with the most conservative position possible, that Moses wrote the Torah. Well, he certainly wrote it more than 200 years after Abraham existed. Does that mean Abraham didn't exist? Of course not. So that's not how historians evaluate text. The date matters, but it's very much secondary to the kinds of stuff that Mary described. This detective work where you put pieces together and try to form a cohesive narrative is how history is actually done. People are obsessed about dates. They barely matter. Now, I'm not saying they're totally meaningless, but they're very much secondary. And this should be obvious because every historian thinks that they're writing more reliable history than the ancient histories that they're using for information. And they obviously come much later on. So the quality of source depends way, way more than the date it's written. And finally, from Wahid, he says, want you to do a lecture on the golden age of Islam, please, please, please. Definitely something I would like to do at some point. I'm sure it's probably something that Mary would like to do at some point. Problem is we have way too much stuff to cover. We can't get to everything. It's on the list. No promises about whether it'll be addressed in the next 5 years, but it's on the list. I'd like to do it eventually. I don't plan to go anywhere. Like I said, I could die. Anyone could die at any point, but I envision that probably I will be doing this kind of work for the rest of my life. So hopefully at some point, right? Hopefully at some point I can do something on the golden age, the so-called golden age of Islam, because it is a complete scam and joke, but ultimately it's not that important because it doesn't have any bearing on the truth of Islam. All right, Saeed, you are still here, so I will give you a chance to give a couple minutes of closing thoughts from you.
Yeah, many people have accused Prophet Muhammad. He has a epilepsy, and some say he's a warlord. He's a pedophilia. There are a lot of accused people him. This is something new. He's impotent. Some people say he has slept with 11 women in one night. This all are made up. But it doesn't harm Muslim Islam. It doesn't harm your propaganda. Islam is spreading in your country. You know that.
Yeah, and
So,
it's spreading in your country. The reason Islam is able to spread in the West is a combination of immigration and the fact that it's starting from 0.01% of the population. So yeah, it can spread, but it's spreading much faster
no.
in the Islamic world than Islam spread in the West. Atheism
Apostasy.
and Christianity both.
Yep.
No, no.
So
Yeah,
Saeed, most Muslims are inventing new Islams in which they just throw out whatever they don't like you do, and
yes,
say
yes.
that yes, Islam's all full of lies. There were never
They,
any real Muslims before me.
you know,
I'm
in
the first
future,
real Muslim because I know what the truth is. That's
uh,
not sustainable. You
no,
are a religion of one. You will never have any other followers. If you have any kids and raise them with this nonsense, they will think you're full of it and will become atheists. Very bluntly, they will not follow you on this nonsense because it's so obviously pathetic copium, an attempt to rescue Islam from its own awful sources. Nobody's going to follow you because there cannot be a religion in which everyone's been an apostate for hundreds of years and suddenly you're discovering the truth. That's basically it.
you
So
know,
that's
Muslim
my
will
final
go
thought.
in future. Muslim going to reject many hadiths. You know, they may throw
Oh,
out
And then they
they
will leave
already are.
Islam.
Yeah.
That is
They
the
No,
are,
first step to
yes,
leaving Islam.
yes, they are right doing right now. They are saying Prophet
uh,
Muhammad didn't marry 6-year-old girl.
mm-hmm,
They are
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
changing it. You know,
Yeah, they
so
are. They are. You're agreeing with what I just said. This is what's
yes,
spreading in the
uh,
Islamic world. People rejecting the Islamic sources, creating religions in their own image, religions of one or maybe four if it's their entire family, and everyone is following a different religion. They're all calling it Islam. You're making Islam completely meaningless and useless, and you're celebrating it. Awesome.
yes.
Awesome. We're
That's
in
what.
complete agreement. We're in complete agreement that Muslims are coming to the realization that the sahih hadith, the authentic hadith, are complete and total garbage. It's just making
Garbage.
them not
They have
Muslims.
80% has to be hadith has to be thrown away. You know, 80 more than 80%. I say
Yeah, more than 80, like
yeah.
100%. Throw out 100% and leave Islam,
No,
then you're good.
no,
We're
no.
80% in agreement. We're in 80% agreement, Saeed. This is great.
Yeah, look, I take hadith as a historical book. You know, it's help us to understand how where Islam came from. You know, if we
Mhm.
don't have history, then we will be more confused. So I
Yeah,
take
oh, that's
hadith as
actually
a,
exactly what Mary and I do. We take the Hadith as a historical source rather than a
but
source of doctrine. But see, here's what the difference between you and I, right? Or Mary and you, is that we evaluate them as which is most historically probable. What is the most likely that Muhammad actually said, based on what creates a cohesive narrative. Whereas you look at them and say, I presuppose that Muhammad is a prophet, and then I will judge whatever I deem to be immoral as something that a true prophet wouldn't do. Therefore, I throw that hadith out. That's the difference between our methodology. But actually, we have the same starting point. We're treating them as not completely true, but historical sources that can be evaluated for truth. So we're actually starting from the same point.
yeah, me too. I also want Muslim to be take a hadith as a historical book. There is a truth in it, and there are a lot of false in it. You know, there are exaggeration. There are many things lie. You know, deceptive in this hadith says. Even Joe Bukhari, he wrote, man, I think he's a bad man, not a good person. Bukhari, the Muslim Bukhari, he was a bad man.
So,
Maybe he wanted to destroy Islam, I think.
so
So
Saeed, stop.
yeah,
Just stop. You began with the assumption that Muhammad is a true prophet.
yes,
Period.
yes, he was a
So
prophet of
no
God.
matter what anyone says, you're going to believe that no matter what because you just believe that. So anything that would be associated with the false prophet, no matter what it is, you say, oh, it actually magically means something else. Or you say, I think that they're not real prophets and they're real liars and they're all of this other stuff. And sorry, you're a Pakistani, so you don't know jack about Arabic. You don't know jack about Islam. You don't know jack about any of these people. You are going off your
Yeah,
feelings. You have certain feelings about things. You want to feel good about Islam. It is not going to help you on the final day of judgment where you stand before your creator and he will cast you into hellfire forever for denying his son. You cannot be saved. You cannot be saved if you deny Christ. And you do deny Christ because you affirm that Muhammad is a prophet.
No,
And
I do not deny.
you
I do not.
cannot follow false prophets and be saved.
I do
Muhammad is a
not.
amen.
false
I
prophet.
do not deny
You
Amen,
cannot
Jesus.
be
Mary.
saved.
We're going to
Sorry.
end it there. We're going to end it there. Well put, Mary. I want you to think about that, Saeed. You can say with your words all you want that you're following Muhammad, but actually you're rejecting the vast majority of what's attributed to him. You can say you're following Jesus all you want, but actually you're rejecting everything that he came and stood for. And what you're actually following is your own religion. You've made yourself your own God. You decide what's right and wrong. And then you say, well, according to my standards, this is what the truth is. Therefore, I'm on the right path. Totally delusional. I'm sure that by human standards, you're probably a very decent member of society. You're a very nice guy. You do lots of good things. Doesn't matter. You have rejected God, and you will be eternally separated from him if you don't come to that realization and seek after him. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. So we'll be back. Mary will be joining me on Friday, as well as David Wood and a variety of other people. I don't have a final guest list yet. But we will be giving our arguments against Islam in a rapid fire fashion. It will be a supergroup meeting in that there'll be lots of apologists giving lots of arguments, but it'll be a little bit different. It won't be that 10 to 12 hour all day stream like I've done before. I am going to restrict it to between 2 and 3 hours. And I am going to try to keep people to only 5 or 10 minutes per argument, because I want this to be a resource that people can go to and get succinct arguments as to why Islam is false. We'll probably be able to cover a dozen, maybe 20 arguments. Not nearly every argument that could be waged against Islam, but should be a good resource. So I hope to see you here on Friday. Since I'm doing that Friday, my Bible study will be on Saturday this week. And also on Saturday, I will be streaming with Anthony Rogers. Long time planned, right? Got delayed first because Anthony had something come up, and then I had something come up, and it got delayed a second time. But I think we're finally going to have that discussion on ecumenism, discussing where the line is, because I think that probably 99.9% can agree with these two statements, that not everyone who affirms, say, Jesus is equally valid, right? That it doesn't matter anything else you say as long as you say, I believe in Jesus. And at the same, so that there are false claims, right? There are false claims done in the name of Christianity even. And also at the other end, I think everyone can affirm that we can work with people who have disagreements, that we don't have to agree on every single doctrinal point whatsoever all the time. The question is, where do those lines are drawn, though, right? And that's where there's disagreement. I've taken a lot of flack from people from time to time for being too accommodating. Anthony, of course, is well known for his feud with Sam. He takes a harder line approach to this. He would probably, I'm certain he would agree with both those statements, but he would, cut it in narrower than I would as to what is acceptable and still falls under the umbrella of non-heretical Christian ideas. So we'll have a discussion, not so much on specific issues, but on how we think about these questions, how we decide what is appropriate for a Christian to endorse, or not even endorse, but to implicitly give credence to by working with that person. All right. So hope you join us for some of those things. We'll be back with Mary next week. She already gave a preview. We'll be talking about Mecca, taking a brief aside from the life of Muhammad to kind of nail down what Mecca looked like at the time of Muhammad. We kind of discussed it, but we discussed hundreds, even thousands of years of history, all in a sequence. And now we want to look at just that narrow little range where Muhammad was alive. Until we meet again, go and serve the Lord. God bless everyone. Thank you for being here.